When you have, okay.
Got your mic on? Fish Scale Dirt Oval Racing Network. I'm Big Kev, and we are here live and on the scene at the Gator Nationals down here in Springfield. It's now started underway. We're in the
You're good. I was making sure we didn't have a cord running outside because it was plugged up in here. It's done at the bottom. I got you.
Yep. I want to get that door closed because there's a blare in my ear. Qualifying is started and we're underway. The mod stocks are on the track as we speak. The first group, they're doing your fastest lap counts, and at the end of this round, we will have a TQ for tonight's event for the mod stock.
Out on the track right now with Carl Shires, Justin. Not sure what Justin's last name is. Max Johnson and Kerry Houston. So right now I got a fast time of Max Johnson with a 6.63 so far for the mod stocks.
And that completes this round of qualifying for the top 5 jobbers. And it looks like the top jobber in this round is Max Johnson.
That's pretty fast times for the stock mods. Down in the mid sixes there. I noticed earlier in the day with the supers and the other late models, they were just a little bit quicker than that. So that's pretty fast times for these mod stocks. So I think track's going to be really quick this evening.
I really believe you're telling the truth on that, my brother, because I'll tell you what, they have put the work in. The track staff has put in a lot of work to get this track in the shape it's in. It looks like peanut butter.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you walk on it, you can see it in dents and in the ground. So, you know, right now we got out here on the track right now, 83 and Tyler Edmonton, Darren Bourne, and Steve Jones.
Steve Jones running in that mod stock this year. He was a last year race of champions in the stock late models. Those guys are going out there to put down their fastest lap of 10.
Yeah, Darren Bourne, not a stranger to this mod class. He's been running it for a little bit now, so he's kind of getting some track time running 2 classes. He's still running 2 classes, or is he just in the mods now?
No, he's running 2 tonight, minders. I know he's in my pro stock late model class as well.
Yeah, getting a lot of seat time in tonight, this weekend. A lot of the drivers are running multiple classes.
Well, they did come to race.
That's right.
You know, so they are going to be ready to do some racing here. We got one stuck on the inside in the go-kart and the Packer. In the Packer. If you could, guys, give us a comment. Okay. If you do, we are live action. We will be staying live all the way through the A main action tonight. And for post-race, our plan is to interview the race winners as they're made available. The race winners only tonight. And then tomorrow we will be doing a lot more interviews, a lot more action as it goes. So working lap number 9. And it looks like in this round, the best lap was turned in by Tyler Edmond with a 6.63.
Which I don't think that was fast enough to get a top qualifier so far. The last group had the fastest, I believe. It wasn't a 6.61.
I think it was.
But I can't remember who was.
Max Johnson is our TQer tonight.
That's what I thought.
So Max Johnson will have to take his car to tech over there and let him give it a little looky to see what's going on, brother. And then he provided he passed the tech, then he'll be tonight's pole man for the mod stock.
And up here, so now we got our open wheel mods coming, or our open mods coming out. These are the open motors, so they might be a little bit quicker. They should be anyway.
I expect lap time to be quite a bit quicker in this round here. These guys here, I mean, they put the Big Daddy motors on.
We got the track owner out on the track right now, Chris Wall,
Victor Jennings,
Leroy Carter,
Kenneth Jennings, and Bill Impson are all on the track doing their 10-lap qualifying right now.
Right now, we already got Chris Wall with a fast time with a 6.35. Bill Impson coming in from Ohio. He's a quick runner, and he does really well up in Ohio. First year, last year, in our 5th scale. I know he said he had over 30 years experience in 10th scale driving.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, that's going to help, but these are still a whole different animal.
They are. They function just a lot different, and but now he can definitely wheel a car. He's ran really well up in Ohio. It looks like he's having to exit the track. He's got to wheel off.
He does,
but he does have a fast time with a 6.49, which is right now the second fastest.
It is the second fastest. So right now, Chris Wall holds that with a 6.35.
Right, but
we're only working lap 2.
That's right. But if he can't get back out, he does have a pretty good time that may hold for qualifying. We'll just have to see what
Oh,
happens.
and you may or may not. That may be the slowest time by the time we're done. This is the first group of the open mod, so
It could be.
that is a fast time. Don't get me wrong, but it may be the slowest fast time you've ever seen here.
Yeah, exactly. So right now though, they do have Chris
the red
with
flag conditions on the track as we speak for this qualifying round. They did get his wheel put back on, so he's going to continue on. They had him under the 2-minute clock. Guys, let me just go ahead and give you a brief thing here. You do have 2 minutes in the hot pit area if you have an issue to come up. They're back under green flag action. Give them a couple of laps here to get wound up and wound tight, brother.
Kenna Jennings getting that time dropped down there a little bit and give him room to stretch his legs out. He's liable to drop that time. He's already come down about 3/10 since they've started. Chris Wall still setting that fast pace with a 6.28.
Well, I'm telling you what, there ain't nobody should know how to get around their own sandbox other than the sandbox owner. And I'll tell you what, Chris Wall just turned a 6.28 there, so he is got a fast time coming.
Yeah, I would imagine if a fella had $1 for every lap that Chris has been able to turn, I would say that he'd have a couple of dollars.
I'd like to be a nickel, and he'd still have a few dollars, I would say. Oh, yeah. Lord.
We got a lot of guys here that race that really love to race, but right now, Kenna Jennings, Bill Empson, both twinning each other with the 6.4s. But so far, I believe Chris Wall is going to hold on to the fast time. We'll see if I think there's a second group in this open wheel mod or UMP. We call them UMP Opens. That's what we're supposed to call them. I think they call it.
They're called.
Yeah.
I just call them open mod.
Yeah.
Or pro mod sometimes. You just never know what's going to come out of my mouth because I don't even know most of the time what's going to come out of my mouth. If I can get a feedback from anybody, we got several people on here watching. Let's see. It's hard to keep under pace. Yeah, well, so why don't they pace laps or anything, or do they? They don't do pace laps, guys. You line up on the back straightaway, but prior to the race, and then once the track's cleared, they come off of turn 4, the race will go green. So that's how it'll be also whenever we start heat races and mains. You'll come out onto the track, enter the track, line up on the back straightaway. They'll give you the running order. The race leader will go green between 3 and 4. It'll be up to him as to when he's going to start the race. But the race starts off of turn 4. No warm-up laps here at the Gator Nationals. And no pace laps.
Coming out on the track right now, I know we've got Texas Steve, Corey Walls, and that's another guy from up in Ohio.
Yep. Oh, fast man Stan. He's got on his top down here in turn number 3. He's on his top. They call the caution.
Track is definitely holding a lot of grip. I've seen a lot of cars grabbing when they go into the turns and trying to flip over. So that's going to be a challenge for a while.
Oh, it's going to be key tonight is who can get their car freed up enough to be able to go through the soup.
But yet maintain enough traction to be able to turn the fast lap.
To stay fast. That's exactly right, man. Challenges, challenges, challenges. That's why they call it racing.
That's right.
Working around lap number 2, 6:44, best lap for our old buddy Corey Walls, or the Coon as they call him. He drives the 1/2 car as he's coming off of turn 3 off of turn 4.
If anybody ever wants to see,
6:25.
There you go. He's right down in the neck. He'll be right in the middle of it.
Right now, that's fast time.
There you go. So he's already set the fast time. So for tonight, night number 1, Coon, Corey Walls, known as Coon, is going to be our pace setter.
I think he's
going to be the pole man. I think he looked up and seen that time and said, you know what, I believe that's it. That's all I need.
So we got Mr. Corey Walls going to be setting fast time in the open mods, looks like. Unless something miraculous happens this out of turn 4.
Coming up next is going to be our stock late models. I believe that's the lineup they have.
It is stock late models.
We'll see that first group getting ready to come out.
And guys, we do apologize for not doing a pre-race show here tonight. We just was over, but hey, we were sitting in the booth, said, why not just go ahead and get on the screen here and just let everybody see what's going on here at Gator Nationals.
Absolutely. First weekend of using this software, I mean, it really is nice, and we'll have opportunities, if anybody's watching this and wants to be a part of the show that we put out there. We'll have commercial opportunities, and I'm sure we'll have a show that talks about that.
We certainly will. We will review all the coverage and stuff from this weekend's event within the coming weeks and get another show put together just to see. But this is kind of, you all are our test dummies in this tonight. It's our first time doing the show. Your first time watching, I guess, doing live coverage and on the scene. Got to thank the Wall family, Chris, Missy Wall here at Springfield, for providing us with a booth here to be able to come in and sit down and actually call the race. Stock late models on the field. We got Kim Morgan, Steve Jones, Cole Gaspard, Ryan Pack, and Chris Pack out on the track trying to put their best 10 laps in. And the track has got a whole lot of bite.
Right now, nobody really standing out away from anybody. The times are very close, so I imagine there's going to be some kite racing tonight in this stock late model.
And right now, Steve Jones has the fast lap of the 673. He is a previous Race of Champions winner.
Last year.
A Gator Nationals champion, Steve Jones. I talked to him earlier today, and I said, no pressure, buddy. You've done gone a Gator hide. You don't have to worry about getting another one. But he's not only trying it for one class, he's doubling down this week and trying 2 classes.
There you go. Another scale world.
He did. Yes,
Yep.
he did. Yes,
and
he did.
so stepping into 5th scale, he said how much fun he had with it. And so, he's having so much fun, he wanted to add another class to it.
That's exactly right. And, brother, here in just a moment, I'll have to step away and go get the old number 62. Be on the lookout for the 62. Old Big K will be willing for Kenneth Jennings tonight.
That's right. We'll be looking forward to seeing how you do. It's been a while since you've been out on the track, so I'm sure everybody will be anxious to see
top.
Big Kev driving the car and racing.
Old Big Kev is going to be anxious to see Big Kev. Boy, it felt good out there on the track just to make a few laps, and it's been a while since we've been able to do that.
And later tonight in the racing and show, we're liable to have some guest visitors speaking with us, watching from out there, so be on the lookout for that. I mean, we have a lot of things planned to try to throw in on our show. And, just getting ready for tomorrow, I was thinking back from the dinner today. Did you get full?
Tell you what, some of the best special Gator spaghetti, all those things. And then we got Miss Joanne, Mr. Leroy Carter's wife, bringing down the chess cakes. And then Miss Missy Wall, with the Wall family. I know one of the Wall family members made had the extra good in it.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing anybody saying anything was bad.
No, that wasn't nothing bad.
So we definitely enjoyed that while they're getting ready to get this group done. We got another group of stock late models coming out, and because they will be coming out, I think we got 16 of these stock late models. So we'll have about 4 groups of that. So here shortly, you'll be making your way over to get your car ready to get out on the track.
Steve Jones has the current Fast Time Award for the stock late models. We'll see who comes out in the next group and see if anybody can challenge him with that 673 time to see if they can take over that top spot.
And while we're waiting, if you don't want to watch this on Facebook, you got YouTube. 5th Scale Dirt Over Racing Network page on YouTube, and also watch. Absolutely.
Make sure you share it out. Get people know that we're back and live and in action with 5th Scale Dirt Over Racing Network.
Out on the track right now, we've got Brian Johnson, Noah Johnson, Don Moucher, Wes Arden, and Nathan Johnson. We got the Johnson family taking over this group. And they come from down in Florida. Brian, he does a little bit of a fishing tour type stuff and out on the ocean and everything. So it's always interesting to talk to some of these different individuals, learn a little bit about who they are and what they do.
Oh yeah, it sure is, brother. That's the fun part of what we do. Everybody here this weekend is racers, but you know what? We all don't race all the time. We have our own daily lives that we got to go through.
That's right.
And I'm telling you, it looks like right now a 7:09 is the fastest lap so far.
We got one on his lid
7:07.
right down here, right in front of us.
Brian Johnson just puts in a 6:79. 679, which is still a little bit short of Steve Jones's top qualifying.
So they're almost done with their qualifying. We'll have our third group of stock late models coming out to the track. But like you said, right now, Brian Johnson holding a 679 in this group here. But I think we had one from the last group that has the fastest.
Steve Jones right now is leading the way with a 673.
That was their last lap right there. So that'll do it for that group of stock late models. Don Moucher, we found out he actually came from up in Indiana.
Yes, sir.
And his home track is the barn.
The barn in Ohio, but he actually hails from Indiana. And that concludes this round here. The fastest car in this round was Brian Johnson. Brother, I'm going to watch one more group, then I'm going to make my way over.
Yep, you'll need to get the old 62 ready.
It feels weird saying 62.
Yeah, I know when you used to say the 4L. But
right.
That's okay. They're getting spread out. Kevin Ramey, Dustin Delaney. I don't know what Dustin's last name is, but Tyler Edmonds and Tim Bouchon.
We'll just say Tim.
Tim and Tyler.
Got one up in turn 2. He lets it roll back. Going to get going.
So we got a couple guys down the woods. He's a local racer at Greystone.
Yeah, and it's good to see Kevin make the trip down here to Louisiana. I believe this is his first time down here. Not sure.
Well, and we missed last year too, so we're not really sure who all was down. So right now, Tyler getting down close to that time with a 683. It's going to be close racing because, you know, I mean, when we see fast times on here, that's one thing to have a fast time. But when you're in a group of racers and you're racing, sometimes, you know, that fast time's not always going to get you the win.
It ain't always the fastest lap that wins the race.
Yeah.
It's who can put together the most laps.
There you go. There you go. So looks like they're winding down, so I would imagine you probably better get your stuff ready, brother.
That's exactly right, brother. I will be reporting back as soon as I go lay down a few laps.
So I believe Steve Jones is going to hang on to that fast time for our stock late models. So coming up next will be another, I think it'll be our Pro Stock first group of that. That'll be the group that's coming up. Will be Pro Stock, and so I believe Steve Jones will be our Fast Time Award winner for the stock late model. So right now, I think we got our first group of. Is it our first group Pro Stock, or we'll see. This might be another group of stock late models. I believe this is another group of stock late models. So we got someone else here having an opportunity that may get a fast time. So we got Jonathan Clayton. We've got Dustin, Tommy Baines, Gary McLean, Brandon Lee here in this stock late model class. We'll see. They're going to try to see if they can knock Steve Jones out of the top. So right now he's got fast time with a 6.78. Jonathan Clayton close to him with a 6.82. So he's still got a few more laps to see if they can gather something together to knock him off of the podium as far as the fast time. Jonathan Clayton, owner of Evolution Racing Technologies, who builds some of the bodies that you'll see running tonight. He has a daughter named Madison Clayton. You'll see her racing later. And then another member of his staff, Chance Sibley. He's already ran qualifying earlier. So Jonathan's family, definitely big contributors in our fifth scale world. We appreciate them and what they do. Right now we got two cars, Tommy Baines and Jonathan, both with a 6.82. Still short of Steve Jones' 6.78. One more lap to go, looks like. That'll do it, and it does look like Steve Jones holds on to that fast time. So coming up next, I believe, will be our first group of Pro Stock late models. I think that will conclude our stock late models. We'll confirm that here shortly. Again, while we're waiting, if you guys are watching this for the first time, please like and share our page. Go to YouTube, subscribe to our page. We'll be sending a lot of things to YouTube. And if you're a manufacturer or would like to be promoted on our channel and you would like to have some commercial put on in between breaks and things like that, we will be opening up the door for those opportunities. And you can reach us on our page. Just go to our Fisco Dirt Over Racing Network, message us, let us know of your interest. We'll contact you and get something lined up there and see what we can do about getting your commercials added on. So it is confirmed. Steve Jones is our top qualifier for our stock late models. With a time of 6.78, he'll be heading over to Tech to be double checked. Coming out on the track right now, we got our first group of Pro Stock late models. Our Pro Stock late model is running the same engine as the stock late models, having a little bit more opportunity to run different tires, but they have basically the same engine. Right now, already with a fast time, Bulldog hitting a 6.57. He's setting the pace right now. We've got Jim Couch. Oh, and Greg Tony steps up. Greg Tony with a 6.46. So far, the fastest time out there right now, Greg Tony. Greg Tony, he has some videos on YouTube where he showed how to put some cars and things together. A lot of instructional things, so he's done a lot to contribute to us. Will that cord go down at the bottom? It looks like Greg Tony, fast time of 6.46. We'll see if our next group of drivers can beat that. Right now, he has the fast time. Let's see. So coming up next will be our second group of stock late models. Gonna get our page set back here. Our Pro Stock late models, rather. I'm sorry, I was sidetracked. So right now, Greg Tony has the fastest time with a 6.46. We'll see what this group of drivers has. Out on the track right now. Whoa, and we got Darren did a little bit of a tumble. But we got Jimmy High, Russell DeGroat, Chris Pack, Darren Boring. Russell DeGroat, one of our bodybuilders for fifth scale, Telford Bodies. Sorry about that. He took a flip there, so kind of stopped me midstream. But he builds our fifth scale Telford Dirt Oval bodies. Right now, Jimmy High still not fast enough to beat Greg Tony, but Jimmy's turning a 6.5. Stone. Darren Boyd earlier stock 2 cars this weekend. See if they can beat Greg Tony. Right now, it ain't going to happen. So the fastest in that group was Jimmy Hyatt. Greg Tony still hanging on to that fast time with a 6.46. So that'll definitely take care of this group of Pro Stock late models. We got another group coming out on the track, or will be coming out. Our page, we will be streaming the rest of the night, this race, and this weekend. We will be coming up our page when we go live and we go shows. Just to give you a heads up, if you have your own commercials that you want us to put on, we will do those, and that'll be a promotion for the year, and we'll be putting. We do have a service where we can help with commercials, and there would be an additional charge for that, but we'd love to be able to have your product out as long as it doesn't promote anything that we friendly environment. Out on the track right now, we've got Steve Rayner, Kenan Gaspard, Kerry Houston, and George Martinez. That fast time, we've got a couple of fast cars out here right now. Steve and Kenan, both of them in the 6.7s. Greg hanging on to that 6.45 fast time. They're about halfway through this qualifying session. There'll be another group of Pro Stock late models coming up next. Looks like Big Kev getting ready to come out on the track. He'll be coming up next. So if you're a fan of Big Kev out there, you'll get to see Stock late models. One of the things that Fisco Dirt Over Racing Network has is the Big Kev Buddies. There is a limited edition Big Kev Buddies that we do have a limited stock left. I think we have about 20 of them somewhere along in there. And that is the only ones that'll be made. There will not be any future ones. So if you'd love to have a Big Kev Buddy, hit us up. And we'll try to have a handful of those to show you later what they look like. So we'll have those, a little bit of other merchandise. If anybody's interested in having any of the Fisco Dirt Over Racing Network merchandise, we will be having that for you. But right now, finishing up out of that Pro Stock class, I think the fastest time. Next, we've got another group of Pro Stock late models that'll be coming out there. Looks like up on the driver's stand, we've got Big Kev, we got Mike Curry, we got Tim Williamson, and maybe Ronnie East, John Daspit. So I believe that's who we got out on the track right now. So we're going to see what these guys can do. We're trying to beat that 6.45. That's the fast time right now that Greg Tony set earlier. If you're a fan of Big Kev, he's driving that black and orange car going around there, number 62, coming down the back straightaway, going into turns 3 and 4, going across the start-finish line. That's Big Kev. Be looking for him this weekend. Right now, John Daspit, fastest one in this group, but still not fast enough to beat Greg Tony right now. But John's getting a lot closer. He's down to a 6.57. Big Kev down in the 6.7s. All of these Pro Stock cars really close to each other. But right now, John Daspit on the verge of beating that time of Greg Tony's. The Jennings crew been working on that car at Kevin back a little better than it was. He was running tight earlier, but right now he was 6.57, but still was not fast enough to outdo Greg Tony with that 6.46. 6.46, fastest time out there, and that might be the last group of our pro stocks. So I believe that does finish the pro stock late model. We're now over into the super late models. Ottinger, Travis Vaughn, Louis Rayner. And Travis, both local drivers for Greystone Speedway up in Greenville, Tennessee. Louis Rayner up in Ohio. And Brandon Stevens comes to us all the way out from the Midwest. Races out at Outlaw Speedway a lot. So right now in our super late models, right now we got a fast time with Mike Ottinger with a 6.13. That's a really quick time. 6.13, Mike Ottinger right now, a fast time. But going back to our pro stock late models, Greg Tony, he was our fast time qualifier for the pro stock. We'll have another group of supers coming out on the track.
All right, I'm back on. Am I live? Okay, back in action. Did you get down? Craig Tony was our Pro Mod TQ. Greg Tony was a Pro Late model. And we got our super late models right now on the track. With Mike Ottinger with a 6. And we got our second group of open late models on the track, and it looks like got a full field of cars out here tonight. A good turnout for Gator. Brian had Mr. Brad Hill himself, the Brian Meck. They get her lined out a little bit and get going. Right now, 6 for this group. Oh gosh, we got one on this top up in turn 2. The caution flag does fly. That works in lap number 4. And we got our track staff out there just to get everything going. Keeping the racing action hot. Oh goodness, and we got him up there wrecked again. Having all kinds of issues out of turn number 2 tonight. Victor Jennings is trying to find his car, trying to find it and see where it's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they got one lap to go here. Looks like this group will be the fastest one will be Kenneth Jennings with a 6:57. That's still a little off pace for that top TQ from Mike Ottinger. And we got it on the top again up here. Kenneth Jennings this time. Up in turn number 2. Viewers, I'm trying to get a feed here. Has that gotten better? They have freed up some more space here on their Wi-Fi. So hopefully our feed, I understand, is a little bit laggy. So hopefully that'll bring everything up to par. If you could just comment on here and let us know how the action is, if it's coming through. Okay, here we go with our third group of Super Late models hitting the track.
So is Mike Ottinger still holding on to the fast time?
He still has it right now at the 6:13.
6:13.
Here we go. Action, Madison Glade, Stan Willis, Gib Atkins, Chris Wall. 4 cars on the track, and I mean, they are trying to put down. Oh, got one up in the outside wall. I think Mr. Stan Willis got one. Gib Atkins gets turned over on his top. Don't know what happened right there. The car was.
I'm not sure what was going on. I said
stalling on the back stretch there, and Gib. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's something. Tom.
They reset something. They're having to fix something in there. Reset, we'll probably have to go power our cameras off and back on. Because right now we're not getting anything. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Whatever happened, it kind of messed everything up. I just had it on the right screen. Yeah.
So we're not live right now.
Not right this second.
Okay.
You got your microphone off?
No.
All right, brother. Looks like we're back. We had. I believe they got them straightened out.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because I know there's a lot of people.
We got the net.
Glitched again. It just blacked out again. There we go.
I don't think that's their network. Taken care of. Right now, we got a fast time with Brad Bickford. Mike Ottinger's time.
Mike Ottinger is going to be the TQ for tonight's super late model. That's just the starting point. That ain't the finishing point, but Racing Network. And let's just recap that, brother, right quick to see who we have on the top of our leaderboards tonight. And I want to thank Houston Guttering and Darren Boring for sponsoring the Fast Time Award tonight. It was a monetary award. I don't know the amount, but the monetary award winners tonight. Mod Stock is Max Johnson. He took TQ for the Mod Stock. Open Mod was Corey Walls with a 628. And in the stock late models, it was Steve Jones with a 673. Pro late model was Greg Toney with a didn't write down the 46. Yeah, there it is. You had it at the bottom. 646 for Greg Toney. And then Mike Ottinger bringing in the top TQ for the Super Late models, 613. That's a fast time. That's the fastest lap so far tonight.
It is. So right now, I guess we got another group of supers that's coming out to try to finish up. This may be the last group.
This is the last group. I'm sorry. I jumped the gun, guys, and I'm sorry. I didn't have the actual stat sheets here in front of me of who all was registered. So we got a 3 race here. Bill Empson, Corey Walls, and David Robertson into the Super Late models this year.
Fast time with a 640 Bill Empson. 611. 4 6.3s is nothing to laugh at.
Still fast time.
That is still fast.
639 turned in by Corey Walls. To the infield, car just shut her down.
It sounded like that. That's what it sounded like. Not sure if that's the case, but that did give that sound. And speaking of that, these cars are equipped with lose connection, remote switch that you can do.
Exactly right, brother. And I'll tell you what, those cars, it actually is required. It's not just something as an option, it's required to be on the racetrack. We've got some issues with our feed at the moment. Don't know what's happening. It's that, but we are having some. Yeah, I know. We got a move. I can't even find the where we're live right now. I'm not able to bring up that word we're showing that. Let's see if I can find us here. Oh man, yeah. So. It's the first time we've ever used this program, brother. And so, I mean, and it is new to everybody, not just us, but it's new to the track as well.
Well, and not only that, but we're down. And they did say the internet was a little bit iffy down here. Definitely getting a little better as far as that goes. So, no, I'm leaving it out.
That's exactly right, brother. And here we got our class, the Mud Balls class, coming up on the track. I don't know if this is their qualifying run or if this is their actual heat race.
And this is something that they've started here at Springfield, and I think a lot of the tracks are looking at maybe trying to add some supporting classes. I think it's a great thing that they're doing here. And so given that, we got these young people, and Chris, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he actually has so many cars that he kind of sponsors them when they come here. They don't have a car. He lets them drive that. And what better way to get somebody involved in racing than to put them in the wheel?
That's right. That's exactly right. And we've always said, this is a family atmosphere, family sport. That's how we started. It's for our families. And, man, it's not just for the young or the old. It's for everybody in between. Everybody has a place in racing and RC racing. Let me say that. And I am tickled to death to see that Chris Wall and them here at Springfield Superspeedway have a class for a beginner. And let's just go ahead and mention this. We got little Bo Bickford out there. Brad Bickford, who is a previous race champion as well here at Springfield in the Gator Nationals. His little boy, and I remember him. I remember when she was pregnant with little Bo.
That's what I was going to say. It don't even seem that long ago that he wasn't even here. And so now,
and I like the size of the track. They're not having to be on the full scale of the track. They've got a track situated for them. It's just something to gain them some experience and to get some lap times.
Absolutely, and that's a great thing, and our boys and your girls used to race these cars years ago, and it's kind of neat to see these cars coming back on the track and seeing our youth getting really heavily involved. And speaking of youth, we've got some youth driving these fifth scale cars.
Yes, sir. It's like I said, it's not for the young or the old. It's for everybody in between. It's for every person that has a desire to want to compete, and this is a high level of competition.
Absolutely, but when you look out there and you see these little guys and gals out there driving these cars, I mean, that's exciting.
Oh, it is. It sure is, Chris. And while we're getting everything set up and situated for this race here, guys, I want to just go ahead and make mention, anybody at the track, we do have product here. If anybody's interested in getting a Fifth Scale Racing Network t-shirt, hat, Big Cab Buddy, Big Cab Drivers, we do have several of our items here that we have for sale this weekend. We still have some huggers available if anybody's interested in getting the tire huggers and body huggers as well. So we still got a pretty good range. We ain't got everything set up out here, but if anybody's interested, let us know.
We got a tote load of huggers. I noticed that. I was getting some equipment out that we were using here for tonight, and I was like, my goodness, we got a whole tote load, so we could definitely provide that for sure.
Yes, sir. And you know what, brother? I may have to check out that concession stand over there. The youth group for where the Mr. and Mrs. Wall goes to church there, their youth group is here running the concession stand. And it smelled pretty good while I was on the driver's stand. So.
I hear you. That they do that. I guess they do that every year, and they've always had good product, good food. Every time we've been here, and always had stuff that we've enjoyed eating.
That's right, brother. Anyway, guys, they are getting things in the pit area. I wish we could see. They're working like little busy bees over there, worker bees, trying to get their cars situated and lined up to get ready for the heat race action here this evening.
Yeah. So, here on this first Friday night, I mean, here coming up, and when we do get into the heat racing, action's definitely going to pick up. So, hopefully by then, all the connection issues will be squared up, and we'll be able to have a good smooth stream with that. And then we'd love to see a record amount watching us as we're providing this service here after a while, and the stream. We'd love for you to share it.
Share. Whether it's YouTube, Facebook, whatever you're streaming it on, just share it away, guys. We want to let everybody know that we're back out and about trying to get the word out for Fifth Scale Dirt Oval Racing.
I think the most at one point in time, what was it, about 80? We had about 80.
We did, at
somewhere
any
along in
given
there.
Time.
I think that's the most we've ever had. Wouldn't it be awesome to break 100 watching at one time? And YouTube is broadcasting there is kind of new to us. We've really not seen a lot there, but we're really trying to get that one built up too. And so we'd love for you to share it, send it out to everybody. Now, we know a lot of people follow our page, and we've seen a lot of people look at these videos. We've got a couple of them that's actually been over 1 million views, and that's pretty awesome. And matter of fact, the one that I'm speaking of in particular that reached over 1 million really quick was actually a video that was done here at Springfield Super Speedway.
That quite well, just a couple of years ago.
A couple of our buddies was racing in that. Actually, one of our buddies was racing in that, Alan Pursley. And I'll never forget, when that race was over, he won that race. And his brother, I think he was more excited, Chris Pursley, he was more excited than Alan was.
Oh, without a doubt, man. We sure almost talked into Ben coming down here with us, but he backed out like usual. I talked to him today, but I don't know. If anybody knows Chris, call him up and say, you gotta be watching Fiscal Racing Network.
They're talking about you.
Yeah, we're talking, and it's all bad.
It's all very bad.
Oh, goodness. So, again, like I say, guys, this is our first attempt at doing a live event and actually broadcast it live. So, we are expecting some hiccups and flaws along the way, but we are thankful, and we hope that you guys will be patient with us as we're trying to do some coverage here and trying to get everything figured out. Heat race action, I tell you what. And that's the thing about this track here, Springfield Super Speedway, the heat race action is just as good as the A main action. You're going to see great racing from every class and every competitor here this week.
Yeah, it looks like they just about got them lined
Chris
up.
Percy is watching.
Is he? He is.
Yeah, boy. Chris Percy.
What did he do? Did he comment?
He did. He said, I am watching.
He knew we was going to be talking about him, didn't he?
Yeah, he knew it was coming. Hey, old Fuzz, man. Good to see you on here, buddy. Trying to do some live action racing down here and trying to give you guys at home that weren't able to make the trip down to Louisiana just a little bit of a taste of what's happening down here. So maybe next year you'll be in the truck headed this way with us.
Well, and we're going to have several events this year that'll be coming up. I know we'll be setting up at Greystone, and that's always a fun time there at our home track. We'll love and look forward to that. But right now being down here in Louisiana, you can have 15 different events coming up. But when you're here, it's just you can't hardly think about any other event other than what's going on here.
That's it. Till you get through this one, then you look for the next one.
That's it.
Because each and every one in itself is a huge race. Here we go with our mud boss action as they start and take the green flag. Zoe Atkins is in this field of cars. She's rolled down with us, as a matter of fact.
She did. Her, Grayson Corbin, and Izzy Lee. A good group of drivers out there.
Trying to make laps here, and I know that Zoe has done some racing in the past. She's familiar with the Mud Boss. No.
And she's actually driven some fifth scale.
She
actually.
Has. She really has.
So she's her dad Gib Atkins. We seen him out there just a little bit ago running his Super, and I guess she's pretty much known racing her whole life. Her dad's been around racing.
Well, as long as I've known Gib, I've known them, and they were little fellers whenever I first. So basically she's all she knows is racing, or being at the racetrack. I'll say that.
Definitely. So and we don't even know all of them, but you look at the equipment they've got, and these are just race families, and it's just awesome to get to be a part of it. And and we were talking. Normally, right now, our heads would probably be under the hood of a vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
And we're in here getting the broadcast, talk about racing, watch racing, be excited about watching. Man, it is awesome to just be here and to see and be a part of the event.
That's exactly right, brother. And here we got Grayson winning his Mud Boss heat race here, or qualifying. I don't know exactly if that was qualifying or but anyway, he finished as your leader. Well, congratulations to you, Grayson. We'll get them set up for their action to be coming up here in a little while.
And I love what they've done. They put that track on the inside, made a little track, and for those 10 scale. And how awesome is that? There's no track prep or nothing. It's just right there in the middle.
That's exactly right. And there's the man himself. Come over here. Look at the blue shirt. I don't know if you can get him on the camera there. That is Mr. Chris Wall, the Intimigator. He's doing some track prep, looking at everything going on the track. And see, the man never stops. He'll never stop till this race is completed. Not tonight, but tomorrow. He'll never stop.
I think he shuts down when the lights turn off.
Yeah, it's like
at
he
the
turned his
very
light
end of the
switch.
night, and that'll be on Saturday night whenever things do finish up. And that's what he was telling. He was telling us there the other day, yesterday, I guess it was, talking about. Well, I'm going to get a little bit of rest before this kicks on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. And I made a comment at work that here we are. We come down on Thursday. I said all the sleep I'm going to be doing is Wednesday night because we probably won't get much sleep between then and Sunday. But I gotta say, brother, the trip down here yesterday in the old motor coach, man, that's the only way to travel if you're going anywhere is getting in the road and let somebody drive you in the motor coach. Because I'm telling you, I was stretched out and had a good old ride down here coming down.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Now I did do the driving, but I ain't gonna lie, I got tired. It was a good haul, but it was a comfortable drive. Weather wasn't real bad. We ran through a couple of rain and a little bit of wind, stuff like that. But all in all, it was a good trip down. So we didn't have any major issues. So
No, the only issue I can think of right now was when we was almost here a couple of miles away. And anybody that, I don't know if you know my brother or not, but anybody knows my brother Chris, he ain't nothing for him to just nod off anywhere. And we all knew he was getting sleepy because it was late. He had been up a long time. And we're talking to everybody trying to keep him awake, just to keep him motivated until we could get here. We were on the 2-lane road before you get here to Springfield. And all of a sudden, my brother makes a comment. He said, I can't wait to get off this 4-lane. Me, Eli, and Gib all was like 4-lane. Like, oh, Lord, get woke up, brother.
it was about a 4-second delay. It took a minute to process, I believe.
Oh, yeah, because we were about to sleep as well. We was almost asleep, too. And, here brother is trying to pull jokes out here on us at that late hour.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, we're going to be taking a break while they're doing some track prep and everything, and so we'll be coming back to you shortly.
Yes, sir. Just stay tuned and stay online and just look for that notification. We will be back on here just shortly whenever the heat race action begins.
Mod stock.
UMP stock.
Caution already.
Yeah. We're back live. Our heat races are starting out. We got the UMP stock mods out on the track. And they're split up in two on this one. I think it's just a total of, 8 in this group?
I think so. And
so this is actually the first of our racing 15-lap heat races. I think is what he said.
And Max Johnson is your TQer for this class. And they ain't got a lap completed yet. They had some issue down in turn number 2. I should have had somebody look and see what group I'm in and what heat race I'm in.
That might have been helpful.
Yeah, because I don't know when I'm going to be out there.
Yeah.
Under a delay here, they're fixing the loop.
Can you call somebody, kid?
Huh?
Can you call somebody and ask them? I just turned the mic off.
I don't think they have it posted yet, do they? I mean,
I'm not sure. All right, looks like we're starting action here.
and we're underway. Max Johnson leads the way. Carl Sherrills, he gets tangled up.
Max did get a little loose coming out of turn 1 and 2.
And Eddie Threaton takes over the number 1 spot, but then he gets passed.
Oh, my goodness.
What a race we got going on here.
Steve Jones had a major problem. His bumper dug up a chunk of ground over there, broke on the front, so he had to pull in.
He's done for this round.
Carl Shiros and Eddie Threaton both hit some 7-1s there. They're really close to each other.
The heat races are 15 laps.
So we're a third of the way in there. Max is taking back over the lead.
Max Johnson's on the way over Eddie Threaton. Eddie is trying to close the gap, but it's working right now. Max Johnson finally got some heat in the tires, looks like, and is making some ground.
Trying to stretch his legs a little bit, getting about, I don't know, about a half a car length each turn that he's going to.
Oh, Mr. Carl takes a dump on just past the start-finish line down at turn 1. Live action, man, that makes me think of who was it?
Turtle Man.
Turtle Man, live action. Yeah, from time to time you'll be able to see us on here, but while we're calling the action, everything is happening on the track. You'll be able to look at me in a little bit, Mama. Just hang in there with us.
Just tell her to put a picture of you on her phone. That way
just
she can
start
see
that picture
you.
you made of me. You'll see me all you want to, baby. Back under green flag, and we got 3 laps to go. Max, Eddie, and Carl is your running order. White flag lap for Max Johnson.
This race is over. Max Johnson takes the win, brother.
Yeah, he did, man. It just took him look like a couple of laps to get some heat in the tires to get that thing to come to life. And after he finally got the heat in the tires, he took off.
Yeah, he started off a little shaky there coming out of turns 1 and 2. He got a little loose and about bunched it up there, but he gathered his bearings together and got back around to Eddie there and made a race of it and decided to go ahead and take the win.
That's exactly right. I'm trying to put some notes down here because there will be 2 great groups, and that's one thing I like about here at the Gator Nationals. You have 16 cars in the class. They split you up, and you got 2 mains, so more people to run mains.
Right, with the exception of this class, they'll just be the one.
Yeah.
So we've got our other 4 out on the track. And He's already got a caution. And they'll start that over, but the caution was on, I'm not sure what his name is.
The caution was on what's his name?
That's right.
Backrest on it. Tyler Evans showing the way. Justin, 22, is showing. So he'll fall back to fourth. And Darren Boring is stuck on. Oh, and he lost his wheel. Caution comes out.
Mister.
He was trying to clear the track, but Darren just couldn't make the corner. He lost one of his horseshoes.
Mr. Excitement, Darren Boring, having to pull her off, but couldn't quite get off of there.
No, he was trying not to cause a caution.
They'll have 12 laps left to go. They're going to dwindle down.
Yep, they'll go quick. You can see the track is already starting to groove a little bit, brother. I don't know if you can tell that or not, but you can start to see a line developing.
You can. There's actually multiple groove. I've seen a couple of guys hitting high, then hitting low, and drifting up. It's hard to say how the track's going to develop as the night goes.
That's right. That's right.
And sometimes even in the middle, especially if you get a long race, I know they do run several laps in the mains here. I've seen that groove change in the middle of that race before.
Well, they got the wheel back on. They put the shoe back to the horse.
You got that done in 36 seconds.
Man, you're there, NASCAR speed. Darren slips underneath Kerry Houston to take over that third spot, and it looks like his car's actually running pretty good right now. But Tyler Edmond is setting the pace as they're working around the lap number 6.
Justin slowly gaining ground on Tyler, slightly just a little quicker.
Yep.
Putting the pressure on, caused Tyler to get a little loose coming out of turn 2.
Yep.
Justin was able to step in the front of him.
Tyler, I'll tell you, you can have these cars work so good when they're loose, but that's just a product of having your car just a little bit too loose.
Yep, it costed him on the exit of that turn 2 there, but he's still kind of trying to hang in there. He's not too far behind Justin. Right now, going around Kerry Houston. So right now, he's got a slight advantage on Justin, but he gets a little loose coming out of 2 again, hits the outside wall. He's not going to have enough to get it because Justin crosses the line and he walks away with the heat race win.
Hey, I tell you what, I don't believe in luck, but sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of luck, and misfortune on your race leader as he got loose as a goose and fell off over in turn 2. Congratulations, Justin, on his heat race win here tonight. That should put Justin starting outside pole for the main race tonight. Open mud heat race number 1. These guys are fast as the lightning bolt. I want to thank you guys for tuning in here with us tonight, and we thank you for your patience for all the bugs and stuff we're working out. Man, I think this is going to be a great product that we're going to be able to put out once we get everything situated and lined up.
Yeah, and setting out on the track right now, we got Corey Walls, who I guess had set the pace on this.
Set the pace, and Kenneth Jennings on the outside, Victor Jennings on the inside row 2, and Mr. Showtime himself, Leroy Carter.
And their green flag. Oh, and
Corey gets loose, and look at there, just like that.
Kenneth Jennings walks in front of Corey.
And Victor is not wanting to let Daddy go. Oh, got a caution down here.
He's
got some issues with that left rear.
He's got an upper A arm that looks like it popped loose, broke, or something. That was a major hit or major. He won't be coming back on this one. Don't look like.
No, he won't be able to fix that in 2 minutes. I don't think.
No. No, I'm not sure exactly what happened. It may have been giving him an issue because it was something was going on with the car.
Something going on from the green flag. I don't think it was so much the
I don't think
contact as it was some kind of issue the car was experiencing on
Yep.
its own.
So that dog bone definitely kicked up, and that A-arm definitely popped loose. So
And that
right
does
now,
give way to my car owner tonight, Kenneth Jennings, takes him down in turn 1 as the race leader. And look at Victor Jennings, got the 29. Looks like he got it set on kill.
striking on the back door of his son or of his dad, Victor
Daddy.
Jennings. Oh, and
They both get tangled up. And somehow or other, Kenneth Jennings, he races off as the leader. Victor trying to do some adjustments. Like I say, you can tell they got these cars freed up so much right now because the track has so much bite. But it looks like it's losing some grip.
I was going to say it has bite, but yet it looks like it's getting slicker. So I think everybody's tried to adjust to the grip, and now they're trying to chase the track.
Yep, just.
Well, there's one thing about it. The track is definitely getting racy, it appears. So
Yeah.
Kenneth Jennings stretching his legs completely out there, just kind of pulling away from the pack.
He's got one lap on the field. Leroy Carter has moved up in that second position. Victor holding on, doing everything he can to hold on to that number 29. One things just holler when they go by.
Yeah, they do. They got them engines going, and you know, if you want to see what you got, you come down to Springfield Super Speedway. You'll let your engine open up.
You'll get to see how good a racing engine program you got with your car down here. You let them stretch. And that does complete the heat race action. Kenneth Jennings will take the win with Leroy Carter second, Victor Jennings third, and Mr. Corey Walls ends up the four-car heat.
Well, you hate to see that happen when you have an issue like that. You don't know exactly where you're going to run, but he wasn't able to actually get a full lap in.
Especially when you're the pole sitter.
Yeah, those always hurt when you have that happen, but we know that car will be up and running by the time it comes to
Not
main.
at all worried about it because all 8 cars will make the A main tonight.
That's
It was
right.
just trying to determine the running order. So
That's
he's not
it.
down and he's not out. He's still in.
Absolutely. So coming up now, we've got our second group of Open UMPs. Chris Wall will be leading the way in this. We got Bill Empson, Texas Steve, and Stan then
Willis.
Texas Steve.
Texas Steve, yeah. Stan Willis from Ohio, bringing up with the blue number 1, and Texas Steve in the black 77. Don't have no brakes, evidently.
I'm not sure what's going on. So they're going to go green coming out of turns 3 and 4. Chris Wall, notorious for those quick starts, slow than quick. Texas Steve gets turned around right off the bat. Bill Empson trying to find his way around Springfield Super Speedway. I think it's his first trip down here.
Chris Wall is sitting a blistering pace. Just love watching these cars work as they go around the track. I mean, I don't know that a car that was supposed to be meant to go like that, to be honest with you. I mean, the way these guys have worked, they got a wrench. And I don't know if you can tell it at home, but it just, to me, looks like a full-scale car going around this track.
No doubt about it, and that was always the intention. It was these cars to look as scaleistic as possible, and as you can see on video, we see some good coverage, and these cars running around, and they do look very scaleistic.
Scaleistic. I ain't never heard that word, but hey, we'll run with it. True to scale, basically what he's trying to say. Looking like a full-scale mod, but we're going to go with scaleistic. I like that.
One thing, if you notice about Bill's car, and it's a yellow one, look how realistic it looks going around the track. And even at the Ohio, it just has that flow of these mods. If you've ever watched these cars run, he's got that look. You can tell he's driven a lot of those 10 scale mod cars.
Mr.
Because
Chris
a lot of them
Wall coming to the checkered flag as he captures the heat race win here for the second group of Open Mod.
2/10 faster than the field. Chris Wall wins this race.
Do you think he wants to win tonight?
He's trying his best. But you know what? He's going to have a battle. The first group of cars was really fast too, so it's going to be a good race by the time you get all 8 together.
Loving it, loving it, loving it.
So I guess that'll conclude our open UMPs rather. And coming up next is going to be our stock late model, be our first heat race of them. Did anybody ever message you, brother, to tell you which group you're in?
No.
Maybe somebody watching is here close, and they'll go look at the board, and they'll see when Big Kev's going up, and you can tell him which race that he's going to be in.
Yeah, I don't know which one that is. Yeah.
You may be the first one.
Maybe. I need to find out.
It'd be nice if they had it popped up right here. We seen the schedule,
It
wouldn't it?
would be nice. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Sorry. I don't pay attention, man.
Okay, here, guys, the first group of stock late models have took to the track. Got a
So it's like Steve Jones out there leading the way because he was our pole man.
And he's last year's race champion. Took on the Gator Hide last year, but it looks like he's got pressure already from Tommy Baines.
All over the back of him. Steve Jones trying to hold a cool head.
Kim Morgan in third place over Ryan Pack and Brandon Lee. And Kim Morgan falls off the pace. Something going on with that car.
Something happened to her. I'm not sure if she stripped a gear. I did hear one running a high RPM. So right now, picking up where he left off last year, Steve Jones pulling away from the pack.
So your top two in your late model classes, the top two lock into the A main.
The top two.
Top two of each race will lock in the A main, and the rest of them will have to race their way in.
That's right. So there must be 3 heats of each. Does that sound right?
Sounds good. We'll run with that.
No, I guess there's more than that.
There's 5 right here in this class.
You got to split. There's 2 mains, 2 sets of mains.
Maybe.
So I'm not sure how many we got.
Just stay tuned.
That's right. We need to, moving forward, we need to know the program, I guess, and that would help us out.
Well, there again, we don't have the actual race count. I do know how they set the race up here.
That's right.
To be double mains if they have 16 cars.
Yes.
Steve Jones leading the way. Oh, and we got one on his lid down here, Mr. Pack.
Ryan Pack ends up on his top. I'm not sure. He must have caught some traction and flipped over, looks like. And right down on that low end, you can see it is still very soft.
And we are at lap 13. It's going to be like a quick turnaround.
Yeah, so basically a green-white checkered is what's coming up. So when they come around and start off with turns 3 and 4, they're going to go green, then it will be a white flag, and then a checkered. And so this race is going to be over just like that. And then our second group of stock late models will be coming out.
Or will this be the green-white? It's the green-white. We're coming to the checkered flag.
It is the white. It is the white checkered. That's what they had. That's
that
it.
concludes the race. Steve Jones does take the win. Tommy Baines give him all kinds of a fit to start with. Ryan Pack comes home third. Brandon Lee fourth, and Kim Morgan finishes your top 5 spots.
That's it. I told you wrong. I said green-white checkered. It was the white checkered.
That's what I thought. I was like, I think it's going to be just a white checker.
That was it.
Or what?
You crossed the line. You're a white flag.
Yeah, white, green, and checker.
That was a pretty good race. They were close racers in that. That was enjoyable to watch.
Sure was. And man, I'll tell you what, we got another group coming out. It's going to be just as much fun.
I think some of the drivers still like to think that they get to run a few hot laps. Every now and then we'll see them try to slide them in.
Yeah, I guess I could, brother, have to break away here, go over and look at my race because we got a couple more heat races of stock, and then I got to find out where I'm going to be in the pro.
Probably wouldn't hurt because we don't know exactly how many's here, so you need to get that squared up.
Let me do that. So I'm going to take and sign off for a few minutes, brother, but don't forget, I'll be back.
So this is our second group of stock late models coming around. So they're going to have to start over again. Looks like they had a little bit of issue getting things going. So our race director Ranger get them squared back up again. They'll be starting coming out of turn 4 this time. So in this group we got Brian Johnson, Tim, Chance Sibley, Dustin, and Nate. Oh, and we got one on his top coming out of turn 4. That was Tim, ended up on his top. I think he caught traction, got a little low, got into the soft, and ended up flipping up on his top. So Brian Johnson still leads the way. Chance Sibley in second. Dustin, Nathan, and Tim. We're back green flag. Brian Johnson leading the way still with Dustin in second. Brian having a little bit of issues there, but trying to get her squared back up. Trying to go around Tim. Tim a little bit behind and off pace. They're working on lap number 8. Brian Johnson still leading the way. Brian skating around on the outside. Got 4 more laps to go for Brian Johnson. Dustin still hanging on to that second place position. Brian getting caught up into that turns 1 and 2 outside wall. He's been dancing with it a few times during this race. He's got 1 more lap to go, and he'll call checkered flag to this one. Brian Johnson's going to be our winner in this second group of stock late models. Dustin, Nathan, Tim, and Chance. That'll finish this race. So that was our third group of stock late models. Think. Coming up next is Group 2, Heat 2 of our stock late models. Like we said before, they do a double mains here. All right, they'll be going green coming out of turn 4. Like Cole Gaspard leading the way. Texas Steve going down underneath. Or no, not Texas Steve. That's Texas Steve's body. But we've got Tyler. Tyler leading the way. Cole Gaspard in second. Dustin in third, moving up into the first position. Dustin takes over the first position. Don Moucher moves into second. We got a caution. Cole Gaspard ends up on his top. So we're green flag going back. Dustin still leading the way. Don Moucher trying to dive underneath. We have to make it here. So right now, this could be a very good experience for Dustin if he's able to pull this off. He's got 5 more laps to go to try to pull it. So Dustin leads the way, stepping out a little bit away from Don Moucher. So that's lap number 12. Working on lap number 13. Dustin still leading the way. Will it be a win for him? This will be the white flag lap. Dustin leading the way. Don Moucher in second. Dustin's going to take the win. Maybe that'll be a little bit of a good payday for him. All that trouble he had yesterday. You're welcome. All right, that will be the race over. Dustin takes that win. I know he's going to be happy about that. He'd been struggling yesterday with getting down here, so I know he's going to walk away. That's pretty much win of the night for him. So Dustin, Don, Noah, Tyler, and Cole. That's how they finished up. So that was Group 2, Heat 2. So I think we're stepping into our Pro Stock late models. So this is going to be Group 1, Heat 1 coming out with our Pro Stock late models. Group 1, Heat 1. So, all right, this will be another 15-lap heat race. All of our heat races will be 15 laps. Top 2 in these heat races in the late model classes. Top 2 go into the A mains. So Jonathan Clayton trying to cause a little cat and mouse. Created a little bit of a bundle on that start. Slowed them up, didn't take off. Definitely a game of the wits when you're racing. You're trying to use every strategic move you can. Right now, Jonathan Clayton leads the way. Wes in second. Chris, Kevin Ramey, and Gary McLean. Wes takes over the lead. Jonathan Clayton. Oh my goodness, how in the world did he split that up? You couldn't have planned that if you tried. Jonathan Clayton actually the leader there. Somehow Wes had got up there, but Jonathan Clayton, Chris Pack. Working on lap number 11, Jonathan Clayton still leads the way. He's about a half a track ahead away of our second place. This Pro Stock class, again, we talked about our Big Kev buddies. We'll have some in here so you can see what they are. Anybody interested in getting a Big Kev buddy, we'll have those. We have a limited edition. We got a caution down going into turn 3. Kevin Ramey ends up on his top. But our Big Kev buddies, just a reminder, those are limited edition. They will not be any more made. I think we have about 20 left. So we'll try to have those later, and we'll have them out tomorrow. We're going to have some product out so people can see. We didn't set up anything today. So that race is over. Jonathan Clayton takes the win. Chris Pack, Wes, Kevin Ramey, and Gary McLean. We will be having Group 2, Heat 1 of our Pro Stock late models coming out right now. I'm pretty sure that's who will be coming out. Unless they do Group 1, Heat 2. But I imagine they'll do Group 2, Heat 1. So we'll see whenever they bring them out. I don't have the schedule of the running order of how they're doing, but we will find that out here very shortly. So this is Group 1, Heat 2. So that is how the running order they're doing. Group 1s will be 1 and 2. Then Group 2 will be 1 and 2. So this is Group 1, Heat number 2. So these drivers are about to get ready to go green coming out of turn 4. So we've got Greg Tony, starts. We generally like to see them get a good slow, steady pace, then go green, coming out of 4. That's typically what we like to see, getting a good start, because a good steady pace is off. A lot of times what you see is a lot of drivers, they like to get real slow and then field behind you to bunch up. It is a strategic move from the leader a lot of times, but in a lot of cases, you will get run over, and sometimes it can create some issues with the car. Like right now, we had them tangled up, and it can create some problems. So a lot of times what we generally like to see is our drivers to get good, steady speeds, then go green the pace. Jim Couch is in second. Kenan Gasper, Darren Boring. Greg got a fast hot rod, as we spoke of earlier. Did a few videos on showing how to. It's underneath Darren Borden, who was struggling down in turns 2. I'm not sure how that'll be, but I know knowing Darren like we know him, knowing that Darren was tangled up, he'll probably tell him, hey, that was on me because I was in the way, but we'll see. And if that is the case, that'll put Greg Tony back in the front, but we'll see what happens. And it does appear that Darren took the caution, but somehow Jim Couch ended up in front. So right now, Jim Couch leads the way. So we got Jim Couch, Greg Tony. Greg seeing if he can get back up to Jim Couch. Jim Couch had a lot of years of experience of racing RC cars and also races full-scale mods. Darren Boren struggling trying to get his car going, and he gets tangled up with our leader, Jim Couch. They get cleared up. Now our leader got turned around and is now on the back straightaway. And one of the parameters here at Springfield Superspeedway is you are stopped. If you can get it cleared up, then you get to go back green. So they will not call. So right now, Greg Tony leads the way. Kenan Gasper in second. Jim Couch lost a couple of laps while he was back on the back straightaway. Darren Boren struggling with his car, just decides to pull in. And Greg Tony takes the win of Group 1, Heat 2. Greg Tony, Kenan Gasper, Jim Couch, and Darren Boring. So coming up next will be Group 2, Heat 1. Group 2, Heat 1. They'll be coming up next of our Pro Stock Late Model. Sure to stay tuned because you'll be seeing him racing here after this heat race. So right now in this group, we've got Bulldog. That'll be in second outside. Then I'm not sure, and then we got Mike Curry, but I'm not sure who's in the third position. We'll know here in just a second. That is Chris Pack. So Bulldog leading the way. Ronnie East trying to work on the back of Bulldog, trying to gather up as much ground as he can to catch up with him. Bulldog trying to pull away. Bulldog about a tenth faster than Ronnie. Right now, Bulldog still leads the way. Ronnie East is second. Bulldog about a half a straightaway ahead of Ronnie. Running some consistent laps. And he take the caution. I'm not sure what happened, but there's a caution out on the track. Just wanted to get an update from anybody, you guys out there watching. Give us an update. Has our live stream gotten better? Is the feed doing better? They did some work on the network. Give us a little bit of a heads up on how that's looking. We're back green flag. Bulldog leads out, pulls away, made a in this run. This is our white flag lap right here. Bulldog leading the way is going to take the win, so he wins. Group 2, Heat 1. Ronnie East takes second. Mike Curry and Chris Pack. So coming up next will be Group 2, Heat 2. That will be our last group of Pro Stock late models. Then after that will be our super late models. Everybody loves to see the super late models. So if any of you guys have been watching on a regular basis, let us know. Okay, I see Josh said it looks good. So just want to see how our feed's going. They did do some network work over there to hopefully make the streaming go a little smoother. Also, while we're taking a little bit of a wind break here, getting ready for our second group of our Pro Stock, Group 2, Heat 2. Again, like and share our page. We'd like to get as many viewers on here watching us as possible, if possible. Our goal is to try to reach above 100. So Chris is giving us a little bit of heads up there. So we still have a little bit of lag there, but hopefully that'll continue to improve as the weekend goes. Woo! So right now, Jimmy Hyatt, Steve Rayner, Russell DeGroat. Jimmy Hyatt. Oh, in our caution, Kerry Houston gets into top. Jimmy Hyatt still leads the way. Steve Rayner in second, George Martinez, then Russell DeGroat and Kerry Houston. Under him. Trying to get in the mix. Now Kerry Houston a little bit tangled up there and ended up on his top. That's his second. Watching that races has never came down to Gator. You need to try to put it on your bucket list to come down and try to race down here in Springfield, Louisiana. It is a long trip, but once you get here, it is an awesome weekend. So definitely you want to try to come down and get involved in that. So all right, they're getting ready to go green again. Jimmy Hyatt, Steve Rayner. He's going to have 4 laps. 4 laps to try to gather him in. Jimmy still hanging on that lead position. Jimmy pulling away from Steve. Top 2 do move up into the A main as we were told. I guess there is one more group of Pro Stocks coming up next. That does it. Jimmy Hyatt takes the win. Steve Rayner, George Martinez, Russell DeGroat, and Kerry Houston. I'm pretty sure they had called that Group 2, Heat 2. So this coming up is Group 2, Heat 2. I'm not sure what just ran, because I was calling it Group 2, Heat 2. So we'll try to have a lineup tomorrow of our schedule. That'll help us in our preparation. I heard him say that this is Group 2, Heat 2 coming out to the track right now. Big Kev, we're going to have... Who's that driving? And Justin, I think is his name. So here we go. They're going green. Boy, these guys just go green right out the gate, right out, as soon as they go. 0 to green right off the bat. I like him green right out of the gate, and that works. John Daspit leads the way. John Daspit diving underneath. Tim Williamson, lap car. Kevin having trouble getting back out on the track. Trying to gather his bearings there. Looks like he's a little loose, so he was struggling with being tight earlier. Now he's been a little bit loose. So he's trying to gather his wheels on him. That track has definitely changed as the nights went. So we're working on lap number 10. John Daspit leads the way. Justin Talbert second. Kevin Payne. Coming up after this will be our super late models. That back wall seems to be reaching out and trying to grab Kevin. And he takes a tumble on the back straightaway. The win, Justin Talbert second, Kevin Payne in third, and Tim Williamson in fourth. So that'll do it for our Pro Stock late models. Coming up now will be Heat or Group 1, Heat 1 for our super late models. First group of super late models, our top qualifier right now out on the track, Mike Ottinger. Front will be setting the pace. Corey Walls in second. Scott Morgan outside of Gibb. Behind. And then we've got our good friend from Midwest Racing. And I'm having trouble remembering it. Oh, and they've tangled them up. These guys like to bunch him up on him starts. They like to try to play strategy. Again, like I said, I like to have a good pace going and then going green. But we get anxious. These heat races and mains especially, guys like to get them tangled up right on the go green. Coming out of 4, Mike. A good start to that one. Travis Vaughn ends up on his top. Before he ended up back on his wheels. So they will be starting that lineup again. So they're going to be setting them up. They're going to try to go green flag again. It was a good start. Mike had a good pace going, and they went green coming out of turn 4. And he has a good pace again. Oh, and Gibb makes a daring move and just about took himself in that second place. To stretch his legs and pull away from the pack. There's a caution somewhere. Oh, I see why. So they're going to have to reset the system. So had a little bit of a hiccup there on the scoring system, but they've got that cleared up. So we're getting a set of laps. Corey Walls goes, and Gibb Atkins moves under Corey. This is a long-going battle right here between Corey Walls, Gibb Atkins. You might as well figure they ain't nobody else out on the track. They've had a little bit of smack talk going at each other. Corey Walls pulling away from Gibb. Gibb trying to move back underneath Corey. They're going that second place position. Corey Walls, Gibb Atkins. They're battling right now. Gibb trying his best to get underneath Corey. Gibb ended up taking the short end of that, and they battle. Corey's about a half a track ahead of him. Now Gibb trying to gather his bearings to just get his wheels back straight. Our leader is already caught up to him. Mike Ottinger dives underneath him. Holding a steady pace, Mike Ottinger. Whoa, my goodness. Down the back straightaway. We got a caution. Caution. Brian McDaniel gets tangled up on the back straightaway, and somebody down under us here ended up hitting the wall under us. So right now, we've got Mike Ottinger out in front. Corey Walls in second. Travis Vaughn in third. Gibb Atkins in fourth. Brian. For a while, they had a major battle going on. The smack talk was definitely coming out on the track between Corey Walls, Gibb Atkins. So they're trying to fix the situation. I guess that was Scott Morgan having some issues. Looks like he's having to exit the track.
And what did I miss?
Man, we had a battle going on. You know, there's been some smack talk going on between Gibb Atkins and Corey Walls. You might as well have said that there wasn't nobody else out on the track there for a little bit because the race was in that, second place position. They're a little over halfway in this race, so they're going back green flag. Mike Ottinger leading the way. Corey.
Looks like Corey Walls holds second with Travis Vaughn in third. Gibb Atkins takes a steal off of turn two. Got a little antsy.
Oh, my goodness. Something is wrong
with that car. Hit the caution.
Get off he's trying his best to get out of the way.
I stopped over. Whoa, and looks like Corey Walls. Oh, and
my goodness, our leader.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened.
Corey Walls had some kind of issue going on the back straightaway, or front straightaway, I'm sorry. And it looked like his bumper's dragging, looks to me like.
Oh, and did he get into the leader?
Well, up under him. Man. Carnage. Can you take carnage?
Woo, man. Oh, no.
Over here, brother.
I seen that.
Yeah. I think that might.
Yeah, well, it looked like the push came out.
It's out.
I believe they got that squared away. I'm going to have to look at one of them hamburgers.
$3.50.
$3.50? That might be something we ought to do. So if any of you guys are watching and haven't visited the...
They pretty good. So did you miss me while I was gone?
We have Josh. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, I had to do a lot of talking. I'm not used to doing all the talking. But I asked them how our feed was doing. They said our feed looks a lot better. So I think they've done some work on the network end of things and getting things squared up. So it looks like we're back green flag. Mike Ottinger still leading the way. Travis Vaughn's bumped into second.
And traction rolls down in turn two.
Mike Ottinger has got that blue.
That's it.
Orange. I'm telling you what, since Mike Ottinger.
You know, the man loves racing, and he's always been in racing. His whole life has been a part of racing.
Oh, yeah. All the way up to his dad. I mean,
So talking about him, you know, I've talked to him on the phone several times. He gets to do a lot of papball business. He retired from being out in the public to
firefighter.
And as a firefighter, we do appreciate his service. Now, most of the week this week with a grandbaby out in Texas this week.
Anytime you get to spend with your grandbabies is a good time.
Absolutely. So,
of course, you know about that now, brothers. Now that you're a pawpaw,
I do, and I enjoy that role. That's a new added position that we've had, and so we definitely enjoy that.
man, if you decide to give them cheeseburgers, I might have to get another one.
Is there-
Man, that's a good cheeseburger.
I'm telling you.
How's that napkin here, brother?
We'll do it.
Is this a second heat race?
This is I think it's Group 1 Heat 2 is how they've been doing
Yes,
it.
that's right.
So here we go, Big Sleepy.
Brings him to the checker. Looks like Madison Clayton. Oh,
Yeah.
is that Brad Hill? The
Brad,
real deal?
we got him out there. Vehicles, he's driving that. Madison Clayton driving one of
Takes over position 2. Madison willing to, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the Brad Hill car itself that she's driving. Brad's old car.
It is, and that battle is in that second position. We got Louis Rayner right in the middle of it.
You can about throw a blanket over them all. We lose it again.
Over the lead. But where's Big Sleepy?
I don't know what happened. I was looking down when what in the world?
Big Sleepy is leading the way, but we're showing Brad Hill, but we don't even have Big Sleepy on the board.
That's who I'm going to say. Of course, I am only over here announcing the race, so I don't know what they got going on the scoring tower.
Yeah, but right now the battle between Brad Hill and Louis Rayner is heated up.
And Louis just crosses under him. Oh, and Brad Hill takes a bob up on turn the back straightaway.
And he lands on his feet,
continues
so
going.
There's no caution.
And that does knock him out of the transfer spot right now.
It does, but on record it shows Brad still in second, but I'm about positive they'll have Big Sleepy because he's led from the green flag.
That black number 13 car, black and green hit, is making some business.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, we got one on his top.
Oh, my goodness. So
that might complete the race.
Well, they have one more lap, but I'm not sure how they'll do it.
Boys, I recommend the cheeseburger or a hamburger.
Yeah, we'll have to. When we get a break, we'll definitely have to.
That was good. Are we back live or are we off? We should be. Okay, and I don't have it brought up here. Find us.
A minute ago, the internet did.
Let's go. What do you say, Bob? Good to see you on here. No video from Mike Kelly. He says no video. Are we back up and running, guys? Are we back? Donnie Nelson, good to see you on here, my friend. Mr. Donnie Nelson. Hey, hey.
So I think we're back.
Are we up and rolling?
I think we're back green, but they only got one lap, and I'm not sure if they're going to count it when they cross the line or how they're going to do that.
Rolling a caution checker, you think? I don't know how that'll work. Yeah.
So they are going to start it, but probably won't start the lap until after they cross. There we go. They're green, so whoever crosses, that's it.
And look, our Louis Rayner trying to put the pressure
Louis Rayner worked his way up the field. This race is over.
Yeah.
So Big Sleepy takes the win on that.
And I just talked to him earlier. I think this is his first year actually going super.
I believe so. He stepped up.
Yeah, he's excited to be running that super late model.
So
I know that
him
for sure.
and Louis.
All right.
guess we're on. I can't get that cheeseburger off my mind.
We're gonna have to.
Chris Wall. Group 2, Heat 2 rolling out. Chris
This
Wall,
should be the
Mr.
first.
Empson.
So I thought this is the first one of the group 2.
So we got Mr. Chris Wall, Mr. Empson. We got Victor Jennings, Kenneth Jennings, and number 41. Who is that? I can't remember his name.
Yes, it is.
I'll let you know
Supers.
here in just a second. I'm learning the names, but I didn't have that one wrote down. As I was mentioning earlier, all the late model classes, the top 2 bumped in from each main or each heat race into the main. There will be a B main for each one of those to try to race their way in to get into that A main tonight. And we're under the green flag race. Oh, Chris Wall takes a topple. Oh my goodness, your race leader gets a little bit of.
I'll let him sit right here.
Shoot, I'm going to race in it.
Let you guess the speaker. I'm gonna go grab.
Mine's a mess. Mine's a mess. But it's the driver. It ain't the car. I'm telling you that right now. Kenneth Jennings, I guarantee you, he could take that same car I just raced out there and probably lap the field. I don't know, but it's good. Well, welcome on here. We got our old buddy Tim Williamson on here, and Tim, just so you know, Chris Pursley's been on here tonight already, watching the action, and of course you know him. He always wants to know where Tim Williamson's at.
Well, I want to know where he's at. Chris Wall spun out again. They called a caution.
Oh, and Mr. Empson just gives him a little love tap as they work off turn 2 there.
He tapped him.
I guess. Yeah, man. Trying to get this right. And it looks like, looky here, we have Mr. Bill Empson in the lead and Kenneth Jennings. Yes, sir. Go get you a hamburger, brother. Me and old Tim Williamson will hold her down, won't we, Tim?
We got it. We can't do it. It can't be done.
That's exactly right. We got it, and we're rolling with it. And Mr. Empson brings them to the green flag, Tim. The track seems to be getting slicker.
It is getting slicker. We got.
And look, as your race leader takes a dump down in number 1, about like my bowels this morning. He took a big dump.
He took a big one. But that 41 car coming up the back straight backwards don't help.
That don't help much. That's Mr. Jim Couch, and he's from up in Ohio, I believe. Oh, yeah, that took that leader, the race leader, out, so he'll be done for this heat race.
He got a.
And Mr. Chris Wall's pulling his car off the track as well.
He got a arm broke.
What kind of issues he's having?
That number 20 car is fast.
It is fast, yeah. And I was talking to him earlier. He has got 30 years of racing under his belt, but he's brand new to fifth scale.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I talked with him a good bit earlier.
Yeah.
I did.
So, Tim, you're going to have to go back. You're going to enjoy watching this and then hearing all this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And right now, me and Tim's got our radio face on. We ain't got our television. We'll be in makeup for quite a while. Tim will anyway, because they got a lot of work to do on him to get him ready for the show.
Yeah, he just powdered my nose, and I'm good.
Get him ready. Oh, goodness. Yes, sir.
I got him on the clock.
And it looks to me like Kenneth Jennings is going to be, and they give the signal to let him go. Kenneth Jennings, he won his mod race. Now he's leading the heat race for his super, and here we go. Working lap number 4. Oh, and he traction rolls. Boy, you think the track slickens up, then you roll one for traction. I don't understand it. And look at there, Chris Wall makes light work of it.
Yeah,
Working lap 7, Chris Wall, Victor Jennings, and Jim Couch in 3rd. Kenna brings up the 4th spot.
Look like Chris Walls is kind of pulling out a little.
Chris Wall is a man on a mission right now, ain't he?
He is.
Oh, and Kenneth Jennings takes a dump over
Into
to the wall. 4 laps to go for your leader, Chris Wall.
Oh, and he
Chris
gets a little bit
Bonner, he
loose.
gets
And here
sideways.
comes Victor Jennings. Does a crossover as they come over turn 2. Oh, and Chris holds the lead, but Victor goes low, still holding him off.
It is. That's a good one.
Chris won't hold on Victor Jennings, Jim Couch, and Kenneth Jennings. Bill Empson went out to technical difficulty, car failure. But man, what a race that was! I thought that old Victor had a shot at him.
He did have a shot at it. I just come off of that track. That track is slick.
It is slick, ain't it? But they're rolling. They're traction
Lord.
rolling.
Getting in a groove
Okay.
there.
Okay. Okay.
We
Well,
got a
tell
little-
everybody you've raced several. Anyway,
Like peanut butter.
peanut butter.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what it's like.
Yeah, and Tim here, he's helps run the track up the road here.
And June 3rd,
June the 3rd.
with the Dixie 60.
Dixie 60 and
We'll
the
have
Dixie
our-
Shootout
yeah.
race. That
But
series.
now we'll start before then.
Uh-huh.
If the weather gets right, the rain quits.
Yeah.
Here we go. Group 2, Heat 2.
I think this will conclude the
This-
heat race action this evening. So it will
Well,
go
we
into
got
our
our.
mains.
Do we have our mud bosses?
Mud Bosses, yes, sir. They will be running after this. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to leave them out. Like I say, it's a new class.
Yeah.
And I'm certainly tickled to death to see a track have this for the beginners.
Me too.
And it's the funnest racing you'll see.
It is. It's just ensuring the sport
Oh, yeah.
will keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Get the young racers involved, and
That's exactly right, Tim. And look here, we're getting ready to fire off, and it looks like that Brad Bickford will bring him to the green flag.
Bickford will, Terry Treaton.
And he's come out of retirement, hasn't he? Brad Bickford took a year or so off. And there we are, Mr. Showtime in this race as well, Leroy Carter.
And he goes around.
Now, is that a Bickford-owned car, or is that what? Oh,
No, that's a treat. A
Treaton on, Bickford
car.
driven.
Yeah.
I got you. Well, I can see that now, the blue and the black. Love him or hate him, you got to admit, old Brad Bickford can put a car around a racetrack.
He surely can. He's putting it around this one. Somebody lost a tire.
Somebody lost their horseshoe. Catch that horse. Oh,
Terry
and takes
Treaton
out his own car.
Takes out his own car.
What do you think about that, Tim?
Well, he's the one that lost the car, the wheel.
Because that ain't even his car.
No.
He owned his own car, so if it's broke, well, looks like old Mr. Terry will fix it.
Maybe not. That was not Terry's
No,
tire.
it wasn't. Sure
It
wasn't.
was not.
Brandon. That was Mr. Brandon. Can they get the wheel back on? They trying like the Dickens. He's on the clock. Remember, they got 2 minutes. He is on the clock. And Brad Bickford is still your race leader. In the play. Champions. Do you know the format that they use?
Yeah, you will finish. Your A mains,
Uh-huh.
they'll take like the first and second place tonight. Tomorrow
Uh-huh.
night, first and second place.
That will guarantee them a slot in.
That will guarantee them a slot in the Racing Champions.
Gotcha. Okay. Like I say, I wasn't here last year. Wasn't able to make the trip down. But I know they had the double mains ever since they've had Gator. I think
Yes.
you get 16 cars, they will split it off, have 2 mains. That just gives a lot of racers more opportunity to make an 8 main.
Right. And you know, it depends on how many cars you got
Yep.
as of how many they take out of a main.
Right. Exactly.
You know,
kind
I
of.
have been in them. You had to win to transfer.
Yes, sir. And that makes it tough.
It does make it tough.
Yes, sir.
It even makes it tough. You have to finish second to transfer.
Yeah, I can see the viewers coming on here. We're under a delay right now. The driver's got about 30 seconds left. If he can't put it on the track, he will
He will be DQ'd.
DQ'd for this round, and he gets it put together. There, he's back on the track. He made it, so he'll come up to the rear of the field, I think. And we'll start, and looks like we're on lap 5 of a 15-lap heat race.
Have you noticed how?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Oh, and I mean end over end. He does manage to land on his wheels. Brad Bickford setting a pace, setting a tear.
We have Bigford, Wills, and Carter, his first, second, and third.
Yes, sir. Mr. Showtime and got that car finally dialing in.
He does.
Looks like 99. I love seeing that car. Oh, and we got another spin out. An unnumbered car. I believe that might be Brandon. Brad Bickford coming with 3 to go. Coming up on 2 right now. 2 laps to go. He'll get the white flag this time. Leroy Carter has moved up into second. The white flag, and here Mr. Brad Bickford takes his heat race win. Can Leroy Carter hold it off for a second place transfer spot? And he does. Leroy Carter makes the transfer spot into the A main here. The first night of the Gator Nationals. So there you go. Brad Bickford, Leroy, Showtime Carter. Stand. Did we lose signal?
Yeah, we just lost it. It's like the internet.
Well, nope, we ain't. We'll have to start another feed, looks like. Oh, Tim, are you having a good time here at Gator
I am.
Nationals?
I always have a good time. Always.
Yes, sir. We lost our feed. Yeah.
We have fun no matter where we go or how we run.
Yeah, that's right. It's about getting to, it's the main thing for you anyway is being able to see me.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
what
getting to hang
that's
out
what
with
I came
me.
here for.
Let me just tell you what this stinker done to me last night. I call him every day almost every day. And all I've heard for the last little bit is how that everybody puts him on block. I call him every day. And I'm the one that does talk to him. All of a sudden, we're riding on the motor coach last night coming in. Practice happening here. Gil Atkins gets a phone call. Who was it? Tim Williamson. Didn't even call old Big Kev. He put the phone call in to Gil Atkins.
Big Kev had me blocked.
Uh-huh. Tell another good one. But it's okay.
But the next time I called, I did call Big Kev.
You did, and it was way up early this morning.
About
And
1:30.
hey, I got you pegged, buddy. I had that phone laying right on my ear so I could hear it, even though I went to sleep. Yes, sir.
We back up and running?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe not. Maybe so. Yeah, maybe. I think we are.
We got a good technical man.
Yeah, poor little fella. They need to get him an escalator or an elevator. Something. That dude, his legs will be worn out. He'll have to go up 2 or 3 pant sizes for his legs to fit him as many times as he climbed that ladder. Oh, back up and running, guys. I apologize for that. Like I say, we are experiencing, like I say, some issues with the internet service, which they do. They are providing us, and it is a whole lot better than it used to be. But there are still some issues. Appreciate your patience, and as we're trying to work on getting this. Hello, sweetheart. My wife, he says, hey, honey. Was you talking to me or Tim?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, what the world? I say on her, hey, honey. Oh, Danny Shope, we miss you down here, old Danny. Oh, your old partner there, Mike Ottinger, is running like a lightning bolt. Oh. Yeah, continue, like I say, everybody's sharing our page and things like that, getting everybody out there. We're getting ready to run the Mud Balls class.
Yes.
And
And we got Bo Bickford, these little fellers right here, and Corbin. And I don't know. We got Corbin and Bo Bickford, which is Brad Bickford's little boy.
I think this is the age group, 4 to 8?
Could be. I'm not familiar. Like I say, this is a new class for me, so I'm not exactly sure how they have it set up here. And it looks like Bo is taking his car off the track. Oh, give him the high five. Well, it looks like he won his race.
Okay, maybe this is about 8 and above.
It must be. Yeah, there's several cars out here. Got plenty of turn marshals, look like, Tim, to help keep the cars going.
They do.
Did you boys get your cheeseburger? Did you like it? Did you put plenty of stuff on it?
You haven't put the grilled onions on there?
No, I did not. I didn't know they had them.
They did have them.
They do. They
What?
come over.
Where did that? I didn't see the condiments list.
They had it sitting on the table, and I said, I'll take some of them onions.
Yeah, they
You're
offered them to
kidding.
me.
Well, I'm gonna have to have a cheeseburger just to try the onions.
Oh, here we go.
And they're under green flag Grayson out front. And I think that's Grayson Boring, Darren Boring's little boy.
It is.
Zoe Atkins in second. That is Gib Atkins' little girl. Corbin, and I don't know who Corbin and who is, but Corbin, and then Miss Izzy Lee is in fourth. This is a 25-lap race we've got going here, and I just love the track that they built here in the center of the Gator Dome in Springfield for these fellas to be able to get out there and do some laps. Right now, Corbin is up front, working lap number 6. Zoe Atkins trying to put pressure, and she is in second with Grayson Boring in third. And this is the life of our sport right here. These youngsters out there racing. My favorite.
Oh, Grayson has moved up a spot. Zoe has dropped to third. Grayson's at second.
Yes, sir. And Izzy Lee's holding on to that fourth spot. And that just makes me think about, where's my big brother and big sister? I got 2 big brothers now and a big sister.
They'll be here tomorrow.
All right.
I just talked to them a few minutes ago. They're
Awesome.
going to rush me another body down.
Okay. Well, that's good. Bring us a body and a jar of pickles.
I think the pickles are coming.
Nice. Pickle juice with my big brothers.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We took care of a whole jar at seminary last time we
A
was
gallon
there.
of.
We eat them. Yeah. I had a few pickle turds, to be honest with you, Tim.
A deal turd?
A dill turd, yes, sir. I had several dill turds. Oh, I was trying to keep up with them, but I don't think I can keep up with them fellers eating them pickles. And that does.
Like that too.
Oh, Grayson Boring completes the race as your leader, the heat race winner. Good race, Grayson Boring. Corbin in second. Yep, and then Izzy in fourth. Man, but you know what? They're all winners out there.
They are.
This class. And tickled to see the sport, like I say, still taking time for our youngsters.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that does complete our heat race action here this evening. And I got to race a B main.
I do too, but I doubt I do.
Well, you should. You paid the same money I paid. I don't. I'm still making laps.
I know it's making that.
Yeah, I got to, man. My car is it's a good car, but I'm a terrible driver. That's the problem I'm having.
I run down great times last night in practice. I mean, some super times.
Yeah.
I'm 5/10 off of my time.
You must have. No changes? Sorry, brother. Oh,
Oh, they going right into the.
yeah,
building.
no break tonight between heat races and mains.
I'm going to go see if I can get a picture of the schedule.
Go ahead.
Hey,
You going up there?
Yeah.
Just just tell them I ain't running.
Okay.
I don't know what they'll probably 15 or
15 or
maybe
20.
20.
Yeah.
It'll be about like the heat races was, yeah.
All right, yeah, and let me know when I know I'm up here pretty quick. I'm in the Pro Stock B main. Yeah. And we're under the clock. They're ready to get that first B main underway, Tim.
They're not playing. They're ready to roll.
Yes, sir, without a doubt. And it looks like is it 9 o'clock or is it? What time is it here anyway? 9:06.
9:06.
Yeah. That's not bad to go ahead and be starting your mains 9 o'clock.
Chris Pursley, you still watching?
Let's see if old Chris Pursley, I don't know if he is or not. Tyler Russell's watching. He's from up in Ohio. What do you say, Tyler? They're getting ready to start the B main. This is the stock late model B main. Group 1. Group 1 B main.
Yeah, mods didn't have a B main.
No, only the late model classes. All three of them will have a B main. Did you get a cheeseburger, Tim?
I got a hamburger.
Boy, it was good.
But I didn't get the onions.
I don't want to hear that. Boy,
They asked me if I wanted the onions.
They didn't
and I
ask
told
me.
them no.
Well, that's okay, though. And all the proceeds from the night, Mr. Chris Wall and Missy, they're very generous letting their youth group come in. Hold it, I'll put it over this way. You got it on upside down. There you go. Just like that. Now, you ready? Now you're in business.
I'm not left-eared.
You're not left-eared. He's right-eared. Well, that's okay.
It'll be all right.
Let's see, there should be, I'll be in Group 2 B main. I should be race 4 if I'm figuring right. 25 lap. Well, let's see, I don't know. That there's the last race. That looks like a Chris Wall car out there, the Intimigator, that 71.
It is a wall car.
Yep. They still got the
This
car.
guy driving this car, he races big cars. This is the first time he's ever had a fifth scale.
Is that right?
First time he's ever driven a fifth scale.
Oh man, wonder what he's thinking about. I'd love to get an interview with him and see what he thinks about this fifth scale stuff.
We will.
Yes, sir. If opportunity presents itself, we will, won't we? Buddy Clayton, how are you, friend? Good to see you on here. That is old Buddy. We're under, I guess she's on the clock, 2 minutes. Boy, she's having all kinds of issues tonight. She has struggled. The Morgan Racing clan from up in my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, give us your feedback and your comments. Like I say, this is the first time we're ever running a live event like this at this scale. But give us feedback because, like I say, we're always looking to try to improve the show and make it better for you guys. And, just let us know. Like I say, this is a work in progress. So any input we can get from you guys, it is much appreciated. Tomorrow's where all the marbles is counted, Tim. Tonight. For tomorrow. But my understanding is they are
yes.
They're so it ain't just for naught. I mean, you are truly racing for something tonight.
You're guaranteed to race the champions.
Yep.
Tomorrow night.
And a little bit of hamburger money.
Yeah. Yeah. With or without the onions.
I would have preferred with, but I've had to do without.
Well,
So, brother, what race is old Big Kev?
That's what I gotta pull up. I took a picture of all of it.
My race 4?
Okay, they got B mains, super. I'm in the wrong order. So late model stuff.
15 lap B mains.
I don't know exactly what race it is because they got all the groups.
I'm Group 2 is what I was last time. So I'll be the second one.
So the mods don't have any B main.
I should be race 4.
Yeah, you.
Oh, terrible
Oh.
start. Terrible.
Complete restart.
They couldn't even get to the green flag.
No, it happened in turn 3 and 4.
Yeah. And carried out all the way to the start finish line. That just let you know how serious these guys are tonight. You know, they want to make that A main. So did you figure out what race that was? You never did tell me.
They're going in order. So it'll be late model stock.
Pro stock. I should be race 4. There should be 2 stock B mains and then 2 pro stock B mains.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
Here in a second.
And Ron Pack leads them to the. Oh, man, we got issues. Your race leader. He gets it straightened out back on the racetrack. Are they taking 2, Tim, to the main?
I think so. I think your top 2
Or
will
they're taking
transfer.
4? Because only the top 2 went for each heat.
In this, they may take the winner.
Well, that'd only make a 5-car field for the main.
Well, they already have some in the main.
Top 2 goes from their heat race to the A main. So that makes 4. Each group has 2 heat races. So they got 4 already locked into the A main. I don't know how many they'll bump up from this B main into the A.
There'll be 2.
So it'll be a 6-car field.
No, it'll be an 8-car field.
So they'll be taking 4.
Oh.
They'll take 4, so I just need 4th place then to get in the main. Uh-oh, one on its lid on turn 3 down here.
Yeah, it'll be an 8-car field. I don't
So
know.
they should take 4 then, because that'll be. So 2 people ain't gonna make it tonight in each B main. Oh. So
I'm going to give somebody a spot. I'm not going back out tonight.
Yeah. You were gonna call it a night, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I understand that. I'm going out. I don't care if I'm dead last. I'm going. Because they got to be somebody last.
Yeah.
And it might as well be somebody else besides me. I want to win. I tell you what, though, I'm telling you, Kenneth Jennings, I do got a good car, that's for sure. I can't say that it's the car. It's the driver that's the problem. Yep. All right, he's on the clock. We got 2 minutes to get that car situated. And
Well, how's y'all's day been, Kev?
it's been glorious.
Beautiful weather.
Yeah, it's been nice today.
Beautiful weather.
Been a good day.
About 75 degrees, sunshine, good breeze.
And you know, me and Chris was talking earlier. The good thing for us, when we get done, we don't got to tear our equipment down or nothing like that. We can just go straight over to the motor coach and crawl up and go to bed.
I know what you mean.
That's a good feeling right there.
It is.
We will try to do our live show tomorrow to recap tonight's action. About what?
I
Can
would.
break away.
I would. 3, maybe
3 o'clock.
4. Tomorrow night will be a long night.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a long night for everybody. Racing here with coming to the white flag lap. Tim Busham is on working, and Ryan, Brandon Lee, and Kim Morgan. And that is how they'll finish the race. and Nathan. Remember, guys, just because tonight you don't make the main, tomorrow night's a whole different story and a whole different day. You can certainly turn things around for night number 2 of the Gator Nationals. The track is starting to groove up a little bit there, Tim. Starting to see the groove working up.
It is. It's turning black.
It is. Group 2 B main. Tim, I may have to leave you by yourself here. I got a race here in a few minutes. I do.
They call it pro stock now.
This is Group 2 of late model stock. Group 1 of pro stock is next, and then me.
Yeah, he just called pro stock to get to the grid.
Group 2, Group 1.
Group 1.
Yeah. So, all right. I'm going to turn it over to you. Everybody sit back and enjoy Tim Williamson while I go over here and get the old number 62, hopefully in the A main. Chris will be back in a minute.
Let's see. What about now? All right, we good to go now. Okay, this is heat 2 of the B main. Our group 2. A couple of cars that they're having problems with. Jumped over to the hot pit area. They've got them on the clock now. They have 2 minutes.
He leave you with the Ford?
He left me with it all.
What do you think about that, Tim?
We got 2 of them.
We're going to talk about them a little bit.
The big Kev dog.
Big cat, buddy.
Check one. 2 grandkids, they have them.
We're going to turn this light on so they can see
Yeah.
what they look like.
It's off right now. All I gotta do is switch this switch on.
Yes, we did, and we're going hot. Bringing them to 3, and they fire. Heaven. Oh, we just had a pile up there in turn 4. It brings out a caution. Test. We got it now. Oh, here comes one back on the track. So we back up the 4 cars now.
So they're trying to get this B main. Is this the first one, or are we on the second
This
one
is
now?
the second one.
We're on the second B main.
Yes.
So this is Group 2 B main for the stock late model. So they're trying to get it in. So
Here we go.
they only taken 2 up, I'm guessing, because they
Cole
had 3.
starts it.
Or they racing for position, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, they'll be racing for position now.
So working on lap number 3, Cole Gaspard leading the way. Kevin Ramey in a second. Cole Gaspard coming up on some lap traffic there and gets turned around going into turns 3 and 4.
And
He
keeps the
manages to
lead.
get it together. Kevin Ramey went from 2nd to 3rd, I believe. He did. Tyler bumped into 2nd. So they're working on lap number 7. Cole Gaspard leading the way. I'm not sure how many laps they're running. How many laps are they running,
15.
Tim?
15.
15 lap B main, looks like.
Oh, we got one
one
up
on his
the
side. Kevin Ramey at one point was 2nd position. But he's up on his side. Maybe have a chance to potentially race for 2nd since they're still on.
Old and Tyler. Kevin and Gary.
So Kevin have an opportunity to regain. He was in 2nd there for a bit, but Tyler, if he has anything to do with it, probably ain't gonna let that happen.
Cole gets a good jump on the restart. And gets a good comfortable lead.
I believe he caught them with their pants down.
He did. I think number 77 spun the tires on the restart.
So Kevin Ramey slowly gaining ground on Tyler. Getting down underneath the rear quarter panel of him, and Kevin gets loose, and we got one riding the back straightaway. Up into the turns 1 and 2. Kevin Ramey trying his best, but he ain't going to be able to have enough time. That was the last lap, and so they crossed the line.
And here,
And that race is over. Cole
Cole's
Gaspard,
won.
Tyler bumps up into the A main. So coming up next, I believe we'll have our first group of Pro Stock B main. So Pro Stock B main, Group 1, coming up. Then our old brother Big Kev will be in Group 2 in his B main, trying to race his way into the A main. Now, Tim, you would be in that B main, but I heard you say that you wasn't going to race it.
I'm not going to race it tonight. I'm having a little trouble with my car. And I would rather just wait and work on it and get it ready for tomorrow night than to really tear it up.
I understand. Sometimes we got to back up and punt.
That's right.
And, let defense kick in and say, hey, you know what? This ain't my night.
Really good car last night. A really good car. But unfortunately, practice nights don't count.
There you go. So this ought to be a good B main race right here.
Yeah.
Some good drivers in this B main.
We have Jim Coach, Darren Boren, Chris Pack, Mike Curry,
And Matt Walden. So right now we got Jim Couch and Darren Boren up in that first, second position. Darren gets spinning out, coming out of turns 3.
Mike
Went
Curry
from second
takes
to
over
last.
second.
Mike Curry comes from back there up into second now. Darren Bourne trying to work his way back up. Will he have enough time, and will he have the ability? And there went Mike Curry, who was in second, bumping back into the back himself. Darren Bourne making a move into that second place position. So he's worked himself back up into that bump up position right now. And back behind him, we got Chris Pack, Matt. He went from second to the back. Now Matt moves into second. Mike carries in third. Mike was in second at one point, had an issue, and went back to the back. Now he's trying to move back up into this second place position. That second place position is the battle tonight. We got 3 cars right together. He's going to have 2 more laps to try to get it done. Otherwise, Matt Walner's going to be bumping up. This is the last lap. If Mike's got to move, it's coming right here, and he goes low and ain't going to have enough time.
He could close in on him, but just couldn't complete it.
That was it. That race is over. Jim Couch, Matt Walden, Mike Carey, Chris Pack, and Darren Boren. That was a good race in that B main. I told you it was going to be a good race.
That
Tim.
good second was a really good race.
They had a battle. Now Jim just kind of pulled away from the crowd and let them do their own thing back there. But that was a good race.
Now Mike and Matt had a really good race, and Mike could get to the back end of him, but just couldn't complete it.
Maybe if he'd have had a couple more laps, he might have had an opportunity, but he just couldn't quite get up there. Matt was able to hang on and didn't have any slip-ups. So coming up now will be Group 2 Pro Stock. And this should be...
Let's see, George and Big Kev and Mr. Russell DeGroat.
And so top 2 will be bumping up, I'm assuming, or are they taking all 4? I'm not sure how they're doing it, Tim, but they would have to be taking all 4. They're probably just racing for position. So you would have been the 4th one.
And nope.
Okay, Kerry's in there.
I would have started behind George.
Gotcha.
Me and Kerry would have started on the...
So there again, so we'll see where they line up. So they're going to get plenty of racing. Right there, right off the bat.
Restart.
Those starts, I'm going to tell you, Tim, one of my pet. A lot of guys, they just can't get a good steady start. They want to slow up and bunch up the field, and it creates catastrophe in the back. I like a good slow, steady pace, and then go green. And because if you can get a good start, it creates a good race.
It does. And here we're going to try it again. And they get started.
They had a little better
time.
roll there,
yeah.
so they had a little better even.
Oh, Mr. Russell
gets on his top. You know what? And he spent a lot of time on his top. He's had so much grip today.
He has had problems, and he has worked so hard all day long.
He has.
To try to get that car where he could drive it.
You know, the track's not been an easy track today.
No.
It has had. It's a weird, grippy slick. I'll call it that. Because I've seen some cars spinning out, and I've seen some traction rolling.
We go into a single file start.
Again. George Martinez leads the way. Big Kev trying his best to get dialed in on that Kenna Jennings car. He's still trying to work out the bugs and how it feels. He's got a little bit slick.
Well, we got Russell, Kerry. We got George and Kerry and Russell and Big Kev.
But again, the good thing about these guys in these B mains and the way Springfield splits the double mains is a lot of times you're racing for position to get into A main.
That's right.
So it really, your night's not over. You're racing the B main, your night's not over. Always. Sometimes it is.
So we got George and Kerry, Kevin and Russell. George is hanging on to it.
Well, Kerry Houston in second place, trying to get around Russell. Russell is a little off pace there, and Kerry's trying to get around him. But Russell's finally found a little grip that don't flip him over. So he's just trying to hang on for what he's got, because that's the most stable his car has been all night.
I believe the track's changing again.
The track has changed. We've watched it develop all night. And so when you start looking at it, you start to see the lines develop them. There's a high and a low that still has some really soft, grippy areas. And the trick is to try to manage those areas. And so when we watch these guys, they run their different grid lines, it really makes a huge difference as to where you're at, because you dive too low, you get into the real grippy area. You get in the middle where the groove is, and it might be a little slick.
Yep. So we have George. George is your winner. Yeah, this track has changed all day.
It has.
It was really fast in practice. And then in qualifying, it had got
Supers.
slick.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing we got to play a factor, too. The people that's not here don't know this, but it was pretty hot today.
It was.
Now it's gotten cool and damp out, and so that plays a factor on that surface of that track.
Well, it had been warm all day, so the moisture rose. Then it turned off cold,
Yeah.
and it's got slimy.
Yeah, it has. So right now we got our super late model Group 1.
We got
B-Main.
Travis.
Travis Madison.
Madison.
I'm not sure the
Our old buddy Brad Hill's out there.
So there we go. Travis Madison, Brian, Brad, Scott Morgan, and who was the last one there? The 47?
I don't know.
Can't think of his name. Anyway, we're green flag. Travis Vaughn setting the pace. Madison Clayton right behind him, trying to see what she can do about taking over that first place position. Looks like we got one having an issue over there. Brad Hill bumps into the third position around Brian McDaniel. Travis Vaughn leading the way. That front end of Travis Vaughn's car, if you look at it, he's coming off the ground, coming around turns 1 and 2. I see some of the drivers trying to work that high line, seeing if they can work that groove in, Tim.
Yep. And it's working. Oh, Brad, a heck of a move to avoid a car.
Madison was in second. Brad takes over second, but Brad just lost second because he got loose in turns 1 and 2.
Well, I'm in the main. Yeah. Boy, that thing was tight as a bit.
We got Travis, Madison, and Brad. That's first, second, third.
All right. Where am I at there, Tim?
Oh.
B main for the super?
B main for the super. We got a caution. Don't.
This pulling double duty stuff is rough.
It is rough.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm locked in the A main. I'm going to podium, just so I'm telling you. Working on the podium. Hit that brake. I stay on that brake till halfway through the corner, and then had the throttle. It's like holding a horse by its lead. It just didn't want to turn. But that's all right. They get it figured out. Whew. Up here, I'm winded, and I rode the scooter. I bet the poor old scooter's winded more than I am. So they are taking 4, guys.
They are taking 4?
They are taking 4.
Well, I'm still in then.
No, you out. I was the 4th man. If you'd have raced that race, you would have been in.
I'm good.
And I tell you what, right here's an A main in itself.
It is.
We got some top-notch drivers in this B main.
Brad Hill and Madison Clayton battling it out for second place.
They are. And Brad Hill is a bottom dweller. He loves the bottom side of
He
that
loves
track.
the
don't
bottom of the track, and he can drive it.
he? Yes, he can. He's one of the only people I know that can make that groove work. Guys, that's it. That's the race. Travis Vaughn, Brad Hill, Madison Clayton, Scott Morgan will be in the transfer spots. There, move on. We'll have to make sure we write down our race winners for each class here for tonight so that we can interview them whenever the night comes, my dear brother. Have we had any reaction from anybody out there on how the feed and everything's been going tonight? Has everybody enjoyed watching the Gator Racing Network live action from Springfield Super Speedway? Has anybody put any comments? Yeah, I need my charger. It's over there plugged up. Alvin Douglas, buddy, we miss you down here. You should have made the trip down. Cheryl Lewis, Vic Bent Velzen. I know I just butchered your name, and I apologize for that. But now we're working on the Group 2 B main, super late model. And guys, don't forget to like, share, and spread the word. The Gator Racing Network is back on the scene. So get out there and share away. And don't forget tomorrow, JoJo, what do you say, friend? We miss you down here, buddy. We sure do. Over there is with one of your buddies over here, Tim Ballman. He's running good. Well, running good. I want to say that. He's got a good car. But, man, we sure miss you down here with us, JoJo. Hello, Mr. De Clemente. We got to say, hey. Appreciate that. Yeah, we appreciate and again, like I said, here we are. We're under race action, boys. And this is a full-blown B main right here. And we are under Jim Couch, Stan Wills. Kenneth Jennings is your top 3 in this 15-lapper. And Kenneth Jennings spot away, and he ain't done.
Bill's on a mission.
Boy, he is, ain't he? He had an issue with his car, was leading his heat race, and the car had an issue. He has had some complications, we'll put it that way, but it looks like he's got her fixed. And Kenneth Jennings looks like he is trying to run down Bill Empson. Jim Couch is fell back to 3rd. Terry Threaton holds that 4th spot. That's your top 4 that will transfer if the race goes out the way that it's going. Okay, yeah. Working around here now. Lap number 10 for Bill Empson. He was in the first guy in the transfer spot. Kenneth, Jim, and Terry Threaton are your top 4 that will move on. Oh,
Terry went around.
that was Mr. Stevens. That's one of the guys from up Outlaw Raceway. I got to get a chance to go over and talk to him and his dad, Dennis. Appreciate them guys making the trip down to race here at Springfield Super Speedway. And we're coming to the checkered flag this time. Mr. Empson takes the win. Kenneth Jennings 2nd. Jim Couch looks to be 3rd. And Terry Threaton is your top 4 that'll transfer on over into the A main. So it's still anybody's race, Tim. You know, here tonight.
That's right.
At Gator Nationals.
You're just running the alphabet.
That's it, alphabet soup. Sometimes people just want to drive more laps.
Yeah.
It ain't cause I want to tonight, I'll tell you that.
They calling the mud boss back to the track. Mud boss
boss?
back to the track.
In the tractor for the A mains tonight?
Maybe.
Well,
Or the truck. They may be going to pack it with the truck.
looks like they're going to bring the truck in.
That's it.
Josh Myers, there you are, my friend. How's it going, Mr. Josh? We're getting ready to work the track before we're getting ready to start the A main action.
I do want to give a big shout out to Grayson Boyd, because I'm pretty sure that man has already run about 3 miles across this track, literally with every single driver to his car for some point now. So big shout out to Grayson for looking good for every single car that will be here.
They just gave a shout out to Grayson Boring. I couldn't make out exactly what was said, but it was a shout out to Grayson.
For working the track with the cars turned over, he runs out and flips them over.
Oh yeah, he has done.
He has.
I'm not kidding. Trent Collins, good to see you on here, buddy. Miss you guys down here at the Gator Nationals. Oh, we are in the process. I think if we, I don't know where Chris went, we were going to, have we pulled Josh Myers back up on here tonight, Eli?
Not yet.
Not yet. I know he's live and watching now.
Josh said, looking good.
Well, thank you. I always
Yeah.
do. When did he see a picture of me?
I thought we were just on radio.
Wow. Man, is there a hidden camera in here somewhere? Huh. Well, I appreciate that. Like I say, we're going to try to get Josh on here to get a few comments from him. He was on earlier. We had a Mr. Josh live on here. He didn't get to make the trip down this year, but he's a Gator Nationals champion himself.
He is.
Yes, sir. And there's Memo. Hello, Memo. Glad to see you on here. We're right in the middle, getting ready to start the A mains, and Mr. Chris Wall is getting the track. He wants to make sure that the A mains are. It's not going to be the track's fault. If you don't win, it'll be your fault.
Well, you know, everybody's got to run the same track.
Exactly right. And look at our Mr. Robert Barnum out there on the track, and Mr. Bulldog right here in turn number
3 and 4.
Yeah, they're walking the track, but good to see Mr. Barnum down here, and it's always good to see our good friend Bulldog. Yeah. Mr. Chris Long giving the old he done. Fade the track tonight. It's I don't know. It's kind of I've not had any issues with my car like this before. I was telling them I had to ride that brake to get through the center. Tomorrow night it'll probably be so loose going in.
Tight through the middle and loose coming off.
That's what I'm saying. Donnie Nelson, what do you say, Donnie? Good to see you back on here with us. Yeah, let's get some power to this phone here before it goes dead. I can't. Oh, we ain't got. What about a strip right here?
Yeah, it's
Cool.
occupied unless you don't want the fan.
Plug the fan if we need to. Let's do that. Let's just. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. There we are. I got the lightning bolt. Chris, I see Josh has made it on here. We're going to try to bring him back in here.
We're on live, so I can put you on speaker.
Josh Myers, they said if you would go back on that link, if you could go back on your link, Josh Myers, we're going to do just a brief intermission here while they're getting the track worked in, and we're going to have a few words with our old buddy Josh. If he can go on that link so they can invite him in, and we might get to be on the camera this time, Tim. Give us just. You ain't got a long enough cord to go all that. All right. Yeah.
You'll have to put on the headphones to hear him.
I will. So we can't hear him. Okay.
We can. But
You can't, but I will. Okay.
Yeah, okay, it'll sound better without.
Can I put the headphones on with this on? Does that got to be stay plugged up? Okay. Has he joined the link? All right. May have to send him a new link, I hear.
Josh says he's ready.
Well, Josh, we're trying.
We go to guests. Yeah, tell him to go ahead and just go to the same link that I sent him earlier.
Go ahead and go to the same link he sent you earlier,
We won't be calling him this time.
but we won't be calling you.
He'll pop up as a guest here.
Trying to get Josh Myers brought up on here from Greenville, Tennessee. All right. Yeah, we could just do a group chat for
Mark,
everybody, I
what's the
guess.
wish? What do you say, Mark? How you doing tonight, buddy?
Are we still live?
We
Everybody can
still,
hear us?
We still
I mean, I'm still alive, but I just want to know that everybody can hear us. All right. Well, trying to get Josh brought on here before the main action starts. Looks like they've done got the truck off the track. All right.
Even if we start racing,
There he is.
he was in the waiting room, you said.
He was in the waiting room. We weren't in the waiting room evidently. Let's see. Can you hear us, Josh?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you, Josh.
All right.
All right, here we go. We're going to bring Josh Myers back on here, man. I appreciate the opportunity you give us this afternoon to give a little talkie out here, man. Well, we're going to get a little firsthand from you there, Josh. Have you watched the show, and what are you thinking about it?
Oh yeah, I've been watching all I can, in and out of nursing a sick kid. That's the whole reason I ain't down there. But we've been watching when we can. The racetrack looks pretty interesting tonight for sure.
Oh yeah, man, it is wild for sure. That's an understatement for that. And man, I'm telling you what, we're having a blast down here. We wish you was with us down here. But now we're getting ready to start our A mains, and that's somewhere you're familiar with. And this is not number one. So, I mean, just let everybody know about, what's going through your mind when you're trying to get in the race of champions for tomorrow night.
Yeah, me and Mike Ottinger, we kind of talked about that this morning. Some people goes about it different ways, and most races we go to, we think of Friday night as just a warm-up night, a get ready, try to dial your stuff in for Saturday. But kind of like me and Mike talked this morning, a race like Gators where you can lock in on Friday, we kind of put all our marbles into Friday night, trying to go ahead and lock in. That way Saturday you can test and tune all day. If you was to get lucky enough to win your feature and lock into the race of champions, and Saturday you've got all day to just kind of test and tune and try to get your stuff right.
I got you. So it's better to go ahead and try to get it that first night and get it out of the way so you're already in and get that pressure off.
Yeah, because otherwise you're like a chicken with your head cut off on Saturday trying to dot your I's and cross your T's and chasing your tail all day. You know, very rarely does it work out the way we like to and get locked in on Friday. But, you know, I think that's our goal, as how me and Mike approach it anyways, as far as a race like this. You know, a race like the Battle or some of the other shows, we'll just use Friday for a test session. But a race like this, I think Friday's just as important, if not more, than Saturday.
Well, Josh, we're getting ready to go. Odd stock already out here to go. I'm gonna give these headbuds to Eli. I made the A main tonight, so I don't know if I'll finish any good, but
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm excited to watch Big Kev turn some laps.
hey, I'm driving that orange and black 62, Kenneth Jennings owned. Be looking out for it.
In that thing, Kev. Put your little gyro in that thing. I've been watching you.
I'm hearing you.
Yes, sir.
Hang on, I'm gonna see if
Look
Chris
here,
is on
we'll
here. You don't tell him I didn't tell him bye. But all right, Josh, I can't hear you on there, so I'm kind of at a loss here. We got the A main action started on here for our mod stock.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can see everything still.
All right. All right. My brother, I don't know if we got Josh still on here or if we're back to action.
Yeah.
We're kind of at a
I'm
confusing
still in
spot
here.
right
I'm
here, and I
seeing-
ain't getting no response from nobody.
I think they can probably still hear me.
We may have to go back to Josh later. We're back to A main action. Working a lap around here. We're just going to call the race because we're in our 30 lap A main tonight. Max Johnson's showing the way. Justin in second. Carl Sharrells is in third. Darren Boeing in fourth as they're working around. Josh, I ain't trying to say bye to you or nothing like that, but we got back under action. They started the race a little bit quicker than we thought they were going to, but hey, we're under A main action. Caution flag is out. I don't know if Josh is still on or if they can hear him or not. We ain't got no earbuds on. Is Josh on or off?
Yeah, I'm still in here.
Well, you
I believe
talk
you
to
still
him there
got
with
me
that,
in
brother.
here.
And I'll talk to this. I can't hear him.
But this, what he hears would be both of us. We can't split it.
Okay, but I can't work that way. I can't do it. Get your microphone here, brother, and we can talk.
High-tech rednecks, what we are. There we go.
All right, here we are back in our A main UMP stock late model. UMP stock mods, I'm sorry.
You hear me too,
And we do
Chris?
have Josh on here as a guest speaker. And so we do have Josh, and I can hear you, Josh. So
All right,
as
cool.
an outside analyst, give us a little bit of what you think as far as how the race is going, and once the race starts, you can kind of call what you see.
Yeah, be glad to. This is a good field of stock mods. I know the car count was down a little bit, but I definitely think probably the one to watch right here is probably going to be Darren Bourne and that 22 with Justin Tolbert. He seems to be pretty fast every time I see him down at the Gator.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, they've got the top three that are on top of each other.
Yeah, that's a good battle for the lead shaping up here. Racetrack has a lot of character, I've noticed tonight. It's got a black groove in it around the top, but it's real choppy and still kind of tacky around the bottom, and it's kind of feast or famine trying to figure out where you want to be at on the racetrack in a situation like this. You kind of set your car up to run through the black, but if you get put in a situation to have to go down to the bottom, it can really upset your car and the way it drives.
Just talking about earlier, because the moisture level, and whenever you it's staying kind of slick, it really makes it kind of challenging because setup is key. So getting back to some of the action here, we're working on lap number 27. Max Johnson, Justin Talbert.
This is a 30-lap main.
That's it. Well, Josh, we appreciate you coming in. We're going to probably get back to the action here. We may join back in there a little bit later. So we're going to finish this cup.
Yes, sir. Sounds good, buddy. Talk to you in a little while.
That's it. Max Johnson
right.
is your race winner.
So Max Johnson, Justin Talbert, Tyler Edmonds, Carl Shires, Darren Bourne, Kerry Houston, Eddie Threaton, Steve Jones. You had the top 5 on the same lap, brother.
Yes, sir. It was a great race, and I'm telling you what, these guys were putting on a show.
Opens, and I imagine we're going, because as we was talking before, you got the track, you got that black line, as Josh was saying coming in, you set your car up for that, but yet you got other areas on the track that hadn't been ridden as much, and it's a whole different character.
It certainly is, Chris. And guess who starts on the pole for tonight's A-Main action?
In the open mod?
Open mod.
Well, I don't know who starts.
Kenneth Jennings will be your pole sitter tonight in that 62. So we'll see how things work out for him as we're getting ready to run. Now, let's see how many laps they're going to give him. 40-lap A-Main tonight for the open mods.
40-lap A-Main. And these cars are, in this class especially, are very close. Just like that last race there. You know, 5 of them on the same lap, and you take this group here, it's going to be some fun racing we're going to be able to see here.
Hey, we got a new person on here, Justin Radmarker. I know I probably butchered that name, but man, we appreciate the comment that you saying the first time on here and liking what we're doing here.
We do appreciate that, and we're trying to get everybody to be awareness of it, and so we want to share and like this page, and also go to our YouTube page.
This will be an 8-car field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3. 7-car field so far, looks like. And I'm pretty sure that it'll be Kenneth Jennings on the front row alongside Chris Wall in that 71, the track owner. In the second row, it looks like it to be Mr. Empson and Showtime, Leroy Carter from Seminary. Well, let's see here. They're getting them sorted out. Kenneth Jennings on the front row. Chris Wall outside front row. Inside row 2 looks to be Victor Jennings. Outside row 2 looks to be Leroy Carter. Inside row 3 is Mr. Empson. Outside row 3 is Corey Walls. And inside row 4, it's a 9, 2, 4, 6, 7-car field. I want to say that is Stan Willis, maybe.
Stan Willis is in that blue number 4 back there.
Yeah. So I'm learning the names, guys, and hopefully by tomorrow night we'll be able to do a lot better job calling. So we do. It's going to be a 40-lap A-main.
Can you drop this down more?
Watching from Australia. Thank you, Brian Matthews, for checking us out. Share it with all you buddies over there, man. We in live action. Here they coming around to the green. Oh, we got one stalled out already. Car wouldn't move. Kenneth Jennings will be your race starter. He starts the race. He's on the pole.
Not sure what happened to Stan, but he's still sitting on
He's
the
sitting-
back straight.
I don't know, yeah. Again, guys, it looks like you brought a big cab buddy over here, brother.
I did. I put it in front of the scoring camera here, and you can do that again if you like. I wanted people to see it. I've been talking about the big cab buddies, especially in the pro stock class. With you getting to drive in that class, I just was kind of using a big cab buddy to kind of help promote that. I was letting them know we had a limited amount. I think it is 20. Is that what we have?
We've sold a few, but we'll say 20.
Okay, and I knew there was a limited amount, so I was
There
letting them
are.
know that they were available. But while we were talking about the pro stocks, that's when I was bringing them out.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, brother. And those are $30.
$30 for those,
$30
and a
if
limited
you want
edition,
one.
especially too. You won't.
Yeah,
find
they
these
won't be
anywhere
anymore.
else.
Okay, they raised the price on shipping and all that, so that's it. And the reason they are $30 is because that's exactly what it costed us to get them to us, $30. So if you'd like to have a big cab buddy, and I hope y'all do, make sure you get on here to let us know or pick one up at the track. We got them at the track here this weekend.
That's it.
Oh, not trying to throw a sales pitch out there, but hey, it takes quite a bit of money to keep the old truck rolling. Boy, it does, don't it? Wow. Good job on that, Eli. Nice.
Well, I believe we're going to try it again. Kenneth Jennings setting away. We've got Chris Wall outside of him.
And he hits the gun, and here they go. Chris Wall comes off turn. Oh, and almost gets in the back of the race leader, but he's still on it, and they got a caution.
And they had a caution that saved that one.
And I believe a caution will be over here in turn 3.
Caution was, so that should put everybody pretty much where they was, because they didn't even get to finish that lap.
Man, and that there will be, I believe this will be the second restart.
That's the second or third.
They're going to do 2. They do 2 restarts, double file, then a single file from there on out. And it looks like Mr. Kenneth Jennings and is ready to rock and roll. Chris Wall's got the extra cold load in his, and see, they come on. Oh,
They've gone green. Bill Empson trying to dive down in the middle of it.
oh
and they get
my
tangled up.
goodness! Your race leaders, and there's a caution.
First and second, they
Wow.
both tangled up into each other.
And I don't know if they'll do a restart or if that'll be a caution. We'll see how this plays out, because I don't know that they completed a lap.
I'm guessing they may have to go single file because they didn't make it again. So that's a third restart they'll have to have.
It'll be a single file.
As far as history shows, they've been going single file, like you said.
Uh-huh. And this is a 40-lapper. And
It's
man,
a 40-lapper.
you can done see how what this race means. I mean, these racers are trying their best on
And-
lap 1.
And this is not one.
I won lap 1, and we're already seeing.
But they know how important the first night is. You win tonight.
Josh mentioned that. Being the first night, Josh Myers mentioned, if you can get in on the first night to the Race of Champions, Saturday's gravy.
That's right.
Kenneth Jennings leads them again. Chris Wall takes the high line again and crosses over as they come down to turn 3 and got one up.
We got a heck
And he
of a race.
gets around him on the outside. Chris Wall making that outside group work. Bill Empson trying to take second place from Kenneth Jennings. Kenneth holding him off as they come off of turn 2. And Empson's got the line on the inside. And look at old Showtime, Leroy Carter making his way.
Sticking his nose right in the middle of it. He said he's going to try to make it happen in these mains.
And he does. He takes over that third spot from Kenneth Jennings. Kenneth's car, something going on there with it. Having a little bit of an issue, but Chris Wall, there ain't nothing wrong with that 71, brother.
No, there ain't. He's definitely got her lined up. Now, in that heat race, he had some problems. But
He
it
did.
looks like he got them all sorted out right now.
But I'm going to tell you something. Our buddy from Ohio, Mr. Bill Empson, is making a show of himself here. He is trying his best to get that yellow 20 to the back door of Chris Wall.
He is, but he's found a smooth line. But that smooth line is about 2/10 off.
210. about 10. And he is using every bit of the track.
He is. He's trying to gain as much momentum as he can. He's riding that high line, looking for some areas that other cars haven't even approached yet.
He's found the cushion.
He definitely has, especially going into 1 and 2. He's starting to work are daring enough to even hit that.
Oh no, I love running that outside groove, but man, he is outside. And looks like is also driving a car, one of Chris Wall's cars, and he's pulled her up into 3rd. He's on the podium as for right now.
And another story of the night, we've got Victor Jennings, who normally has a pretty good mod, but seems to be struggling tonight with his mod. I'm not sure what he's got going on. So right now, he's actually just going to be working on trying to dial it in.
I think so. I think he's working more for tomorrow night than tonight, actually.
Well, I think he's at a point where he says, this is what I got to do.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? And you can't blame the guy for that. Work on it till you can get it right.
That's it. So right now, he's racing himself. But, you know, back into the story there, we've got Chris Wall still hitting those 6.8s. We got Bill Empson hitting 6.8s right with him. So Bill has actually stepped up.
I think he's closing the gap a little bit, and he's working around the 4th place car, Mr. Leroy Carter, who is actually trying his best to stay with him.
He is. Leroy's 1 lap down right now, so we got the top 3 that's on the same lap, Chris, Bill,
and have you noticed the lines that are working here? Chris Wall's working the high line, and Mr. Bill Ensign is working the low line. Look as he comes off of turn 2. He's on the low, and Chris Wall is up there about kissing the wall.
Oh, my goodness. And if they ever get to racing together, imagine what it would look like, because they're just about twinning laps.
Oh, my goodness. I ain't hoping for a caution. I don't want to wish that on nobody, but wouldn't it be good to see a caution come out about right now to give Bill Ensign a chance to see if he could take out Mr. Chris Wall?
Well, you talk about some close racing. Like I said, they're almost lap for lap.
Tit for tat, and Chris Wall is trying to work a different side of the track because look here, Bill Ensign is still closing the gap, working lap 30.
Bill Empson's hitting a consistent 6.7. Chris is hitting 6.8 to 6.7. But if consistency holds out, but he's not got many laps to go. He's only got 7 more laps.
And look here, Corey Walls is, and he's actually in 3rd place, and Chris Wall is trying to put him down a lap as they worked off into turn number 3.
Yeah, definitely some fast times here. You know, them top 3 have just decided to step up. But like you said, you got our leader coming up. Actually, he just put down our 3rd place guy 1 lap down.
And that did give Mr. Empson an opportunity to close the gap a little bit. Is he going to be able to get around Corey Walls to have a run at Chris Wall?
It is. Now, Corey's not going to be an easy one to pass because Corey's a fast car. But Bill's diving down low, but it's changing his line a little bit, allowing Chris Wall to have a little more room to work. But Bill dives underneath Corey, but he still can't get around him.
Corey holding him up, and looks like Corey is about to run down Chris Wall as a lap car.
They are. Corey has found some speed.
And that's it.
The line. That is.
Oh, my goodness. The race is over right here. 40-lap main. Chris Wall, Bill Ensign, and Corey Walls is your top 3. What a great race that was, bro.
That was a good race. That was really exciting to watch them because you've seen the battle going on, and it was just good, clean racing altogether. We did have a few hiccups there, but we had some fast cars, and if you look at the top 3 times, that last lap, I mean, you got a 6.98 Chris Wall, Bill Ensign 6.97, Kuhn 6.95. That's what kind they were running, and they were just on top of each other the whole time.
The whole race, and I'll tell you what, it seemed like that whenever Chris Wall got around Corey, that Bill Empson was in between them. Corey Wall speeded up. I mean, I thought they was both going to run him down.
He did. He like I said, he found some speed, and I guess it was motivation. He knew 1st and 2nd was putting him a lap down. 1st got by him. But he said, you know what? I don't think 2nd's going to get by me today.
I'm telling you what, he was doing and he was driving clean race. But boy, he found something in those last 15 laps or so that made that mod, that 1/2 car, come to life.
He did, and moving on right now, we've got our stock late models. They're on the track, and they're coming out here for their A main, and it's going to be a 30-lap A main race.
Stock late model Group 1 A mains. There's 2 A mains tonight. So that's what I like about this race format. Like I say, we got 2 A mains for the stock late models, and they're both B race winners here. We'll have 2 race winners in
We
the
got
stock.
stock, pro stock, and super. They're all going to have 2 groups of A mains.
And we're already coming to the green flag with Steve Jones leading the way as he takes the green flag. Oh, and we got a bundle gaggle. And like I say, getting the race started is always the hardest battle.
Yep, looks like Brian had a little bit of traction coming off of turn 2 and was able to kind of bump up and got into the back quarter panel of Steve, and so it's going to generate a new restart there. I don't think there was any damage done, so they should be okay. And
it will be a
restart
double
that.
file restart on right here. But
will
if they
be.
can't get the green going and take the green flag to the first lap, they will go back to single file.
That's it. So coming out of turn 3 and 4, we're going to be going back green. That'll be Steve Jones leading the way, and I'm sure he's going to try to get away as far as he can.
Done a little bit of a tire spin as he worked off of turn 4.
He did.
And that gave Brian Johnson an opportunity to get some traction. Oh, and we got a battle. Uh-oh.
And first and second gets into each other, but they got cleared. And Brian comes
and
short
Brian
into that
Johnson
stick.
lands on his lid, and he calls it. It is still caution. They're going to hold the caution. Oh, man.
It did, but he kind of got tangled up once he got loose and ended up taking the infield there. So, unfortunately, that second place will turn into last place to Brian Johnson. But now he does have a fast car, and he's got 28 laps, actually 27 laps to try to do
Get
something
back to the
with it.
front, and he's still got a chance.
So we'll see, but now there's about 5 cars in between that they're not going to want him to come by there, so he's going to have to work if he gets back up the field.
Yeah, there's actually 7 cars. This is an 8-car field.
That's right.
Here we go. Steve Jones brings him to the green. And it looks
We
like
got
Brian
another
Jones
tank.
picked up a passenger, and he dumps him and gets rid of him.
I believe that was Kim Morgan. Somehow. Oh,
And whoa! Did you see that? Number 2 went for a ride. I thought he was going to the pit area. That would have been Tommy Baines.
yeah.
No, it ain't Tommy Baines. Number 2 ain't Tommy Baines.
No,
Tommy
that's-
Baines is 21.
That's see, what is his name? Is it Dustin? No.
My goodness, I tell you what, we need to get that in there, the old generally. I remember seeing that same move at Seminary Speedway was last year.
With Brad Hill and Chris Wall.
Woo, but now this one here has some airtime under it.
Did it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was above the fence. If it had a little bit more distance, it would have been over in the pit area.
Wow, I did not get to see that. That was in my blind spot. But we're going back green again. Steve's going to set the pace.
And he wastes no time putting the toenails in the fan blades. And we got them piled up again over here. And the caution is back out. Caution's out. Steve Jones is enjoying this. Yeah. He's going to see that every lap because that means he's clicking them off. The motors, Brian Matthews, is BB211s, right, brother? The BB211.
It is, it is.
What's the horsepower or the CCs on that?
Well, they're just the stock, so...
Is that a 30.5 or 28?
No,
I don't
more
know.
of like a 20. Let's see. You know what? I really don't know. I've been out of that game, so it's more of like a 28 and a half. I think is what they rate at.
Oh, and your leader, Steve Jones, takes a spin off of turn 4, and here's another caution. This is turning into be a demolition derby.
Yeah, I imagine the race director's probably going to have to step in, and usually in these situations they kind of try to get things cleared up.
It's kind of like a referee at a basketball game.
They
let them play so long, and then they start throwing the fouls.
It is, and you get, it's hard to have patience when you're racing, and
Well, it's a lot at stake.
yeah,
It's
absolutely.
hard whenever there's so much at stake. I mean, everybody out there wants to win.
That's right. So looks like that one. I think Kim's taking that. She went to the back, so I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, and Steve Jones takes them on the outside and passes about 3 cars. And the caution comes. I think they may be calling that on Steve.
Yeah.
I want to say he started a little early. That I'm not trying to say nothing bad, but that was a restart there. He
Yeah,
kind of went a little early.
We're on lap number 9. We've got 30 laps, but I'm not sure what their plan of action is. But
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this under.
so they got
30
20 laps to go. So we're gonna try to get them in there, get some clean laps.
And we got somebody, Kim Morgan, is on the clock for 2 minutes. I'll tell you one thing. I'll say this, guys. The cars are definitely built a lot better than they used to be. Because I'm telling you, there ain't been a car drop out yet.
And there's been some pretty good tumbles there.
Yeah, so I mean, we haven't seen some cars break, but there had been so many improvements and upgrades of these fifth scale cars that, I mean, they take a pounding.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, the thing about it is they seem to hold up, but they're actually made lighter than they used to be. You look underneath some of the chassis of these cars, and there's not a lot underneath there.
They're not much to them, but they still have to maintain that 5B, the buggy.
That's right.
Chassis.
Everything is still the same configuration.
Yep.
So we're going to try it again. Looks like Ryan Pack leading the way.
And we got one stalled out over here. I think that's
Baines.
Tommy Baines is stalled out over here, and he's coming off the driver's stand. I don't know if it died or what, but we got, looks like Mr. Morgan. Scott going over there to, I think, maybe pull the pull rope for him.
So, while we're waiting on them to get things sorted out, tell us a little bit about the Pro Stock car and how things are going for you and Kenneth Jennings Motorsports vehicle, our big brother.
Oh, man, the car is good, and I got to thank Kenneth Jennings and those guys for giving me an opportunity to drive the car. It's just a lot of us, the driver. Been fighting a tight condition tonight. It's been real tight as I come around, but they've made improvements, and it's getting better. And I think one of the biggest problems is myself learning the driving style of what the car wants to do going around the track. You know what I'm saying? I got to figure out what the car wants me to do.
Yeah,
so
I understand, and it open.
I guarantee you Kenneth Jennings could take that car and he'd probably win the A-Main with it.
Well, we're back green flag here. Ryan Pack said, and our leader gets turned around.
He does get turned around, and that does give the lead over to Dustin. And Steve Jones is on his lid.
Goodness.
Man, I think every car hit him. And look out, we got looks like Kim Morgan's car up there is about lost. It's going to be a topless outlaw here in a minute. The top is about to come on.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, this particular race here has gotten a little on the rough side, and they're struggling. They're having a hard time with this one tonight. It seems like.
Yes, they are. They're having a hard time
So-
getting it. And we're only 12 laps in, and we've had about 28 cautions. That's about as many cautions as we've had laps run.
We have. So maybe we get some clean laps going.
And it looks like Steve Jones lost a spur gear or something.
And Ryan Pack, who once led the race, got turned around and tangled up on the infield.
And he's battling for the win right now.
Ryan Pack actually went a lap down. He got stuck on the infield. Now our leader, who was our leader, Dustin,
he's in the infield.
He's in the infield, got tangled up, and decided to hang the hat. So right now, Tim has stepped up in the lead.
Is this Tim, the same Tim that, yep, Mr. Chris Wall, he's a full-scale racer.
Yes. And you got Brandon Lee in that second place position right now. And I didn't realize, but it looks like we've got a car running a side dam. Kim Morgan has engaged her side dam.
That's what I said. This little fella's out here about to fall over on the track. He's starting to worry me.
Hey.
And we're coming up 4 to go for Tim Bushman, and Brandon Lee is in second. Brian Johnson in third. Man, he's come all the way back to third. Well, he did, and now he's on his lid. Looks like Scott's going to have a few minutes to repair
Yeah.
work on Kim's
A little bit of reattachment going on. So we made it a few laps that round there.
We almost made it. We knocked 3.
We did. When they cross, it'll be basically a green-white. I say it'll be like 28 to 29. Yes, a green-white checkered is how it'll be. So we've just about made it through this stock late model. Coming up next will be our pro stock.
Pro stock? No, we got a stock late model.
Oh,
2.
stock late model group 2. I apologize.
Uh-huh.
And then we'll have pro stock group 1. I keep
Here
forgetting
we
about our
go.
double mains.
28, lap 28. Oh, both cars. Did you see all 3 of those cars done the same thing coming off of 2? Must be slick off 2.
It is. It does look like an exit is starting to slick up.
And look at Tommy Bain sneaks right on through. And that will do the race. That's it. That's 30 laps in. We got Tim Busham, Brian Johnson, Brandon Lee is how they finish. So
That is your top 3.
is that Tim Busham? I don't know how.
I'm not sure.
We'll put Tim Bush. H-A. Will Busha. I don't know what his last name, but we'll find out over in the winner's circle. Woo!
So now coming up next will be our group 2 of stock late models.
Stock late model group 2, and then pro stock 1, and then pro stock 2, which will be my main.
Well, we struggled on that race there. I hate that the fellows had, and the lady, had such a hard time getting going, but we did get to 30 laps in.
We did, and that race is in the books. 28.5 cc, JoJo says it's a
That's what I
BB211.
thought. I thought it was, but I wasn't 100%.
Appreciate you commenting that in there, JoJo.
And we missed seeing him down here. He's a normal, regular racer down here.
Yes, who was I talking to earlier? He had some things come up. He couldn't make the trip down this year. So, you know, as to happen, I mean, we know life happens. We're all well at and understand that completely because we didn't get to make it last year.
That's right.
Look at there, bringing over some groceries.
I did. I was going to give a choice there.
Yeah. Well,
It's all from your stack.
well, that don't matter. Yeah, that's all right. We're going to have a Debbie cake. It's a Debbie cake break while they're getting ready to run our. And let's see. You want an oatmeal cookie? Or do you want one of these? Do you want this or you want the oatmeal? Or you want one of these? I'll give you one of these if you want one of these. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having our Little Debbie cake break brought to you by Little Debbie.
Little Debbie.
Wonder if we can get them to become advertisers with us, brother.
We gave them that one for free.
That one was free, guys. Anything else, it won't be free. Anyway, we hope y'all are enjoying the action tonight. Good looking group of cars. Here we go, going to green this time. Oh, got one up in the wall already. Will they go?
So
And they kept going. Oh, one on his top. That is caution.
So a little backstory, Dustin, the guy in the lead, his wife was in here doing some videoing for him earlier,
Okay.
and she was telling me they only live a couple hours away,
Okay.
but it took them 12 hours to get here.
What the world?
They went to leave out, his motor locked up. His
What
dad
the-
had to come and get him, and they swapped trucks, and they got his hauled off, and anyway,
He
on the
dedicated
way
one.
here, he had a flat tire on the trailer.
Oh my goodness.
So they struggled all the way here. He ended up winning his heat race. So, you know, that was a good payday for him to be
Kind of
able to
low
come.
for him a little bit, be
Yeah,
honest.
so he had a rough time. So he's got a good looking hot rod sitting out there, and he's,
Look at here.
you know, so he's got a good looking car out, and you know, that's another new racer. We've never met this gentleman.
I always love seeing the new faces. I'm trying to swallow a Debbie cake, guys. Brother trying to get me going before my Debbie cake break was up. Here we go.
So I think he's already elected to go single file on the start.
Well, this is what happens a lot of times, guys. The race leader starts the race, not 7th place, and that's what happens sometimes. Those back cars they want to kind of they want that race leader to go. He don't want to go. It's his race to start, and we already got a caution. Again, we certainly hope everybody is enjoying tonight's broadcast of the Gator Nationals, night number 1 from right here in Springfield, Louisiana. We are in the Cajun State, Louisiana. My wife's favorite place to go.
Yeah, be sure to like and share, and go to YouTube and like and share that too. We're really trying to build that page also. But our goal this weekend, I'd love to see us over 100 viewers at one time. We've never been above 100.
Well, they're going to have to do a lot of liking and sharing tomorrow night and telling all their friends, hey, get on there and check out Fisk-Yale Dirt Oval Racing Network and watch some good, fun racing.
Yeah, and we've got such a great sport here. Great group of people. Whenever you're out here doing this sport, it's so very interactive. We grew up on the dirt track and watching cars, and, we never really got to be hands-on directly.
Right.
We just always was from a distance. This is the kind of sport that, really, everybody can be involved, and it's such an awesome group of people that we get to do this with. So we're back green flag. Dustin leading the way.
Yes, sir, and it looks like Jonathan Clayton is in that second spot.
Jonathan Clayton
and he gets in the back of your race leader and falls back to looks like about 6th or 5th. 6th.
Yeah, Jonathan is a hungry racer this weekend. He's been really trying really hard. Oh, and we lost a wheel.
Caution, it looks like Cole Gasper in that 24 lost a shoe.
Cole's had a fast car this weekend, but he ran into some trouble earlier in the heat race, and he fell back. Just never could get his bearings back straight, but he does have a fast hot rod.
He sure does, and I'll tell you what, those are some top-notch guys. They race over at Daytona.
Yeah, and
Kennan's boy.
It looks like he may have lost the inner side of his wheel. So I'm not sure. I think they're going to try to maybe change that out real quick.
Got him on the clock, and he's in 10
he's got
seconds
2 minutes, so we'll see what they can do. I know those guys work hard. They're going to try to get that car fixed up, get him back out on the field.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But we got one of our local guys, as we was talking earlier, Kevin Ramey. You said you believe that's his first time coming down here. Mm-hmm. We've raced with him. He's been up there at Greystone. How long has he been racing now?
Oh, Lord, Chris, I don't know. I don't keep up with that part of it. I don't even know how long I've been racing, to be honest with you.
That's right. That's right. So,
how long you been racing, Chris?
Oh, we started racing a long time ago.
I've been racing since I was like 2. We was probably racing those little, what are they called? Those little walkers.
Yeah. Well, we raced Hot Wheels before. I remember hardly anything because, we didn't really race them. We just set them up and pretend they was racing.
Yeah. We did grow up at Volunteer Speedway. We was there just about every time that track opened. And spent a lot of time, and we done a lot of this right here, calling races just right there from the grandstands.
We did. That was mostly your talent. Well, look at there. They got him done in under a minute. Changed out.
Hey, you gotta be proud. Putting in that hard work, man. Being prepared for anything.
That's it. They're on lap number 2, so they got 27 laps to go. And a lot of racing could happen in 27 laps. If we could get some good, clean laps in, we could see some good racing in this group right here.
Dustin took off of that number 2. I think everybody else was asleep, but he wasn't.
Yeah, Chris Pack, he's trailing up behind him. He's hungry too.
Yes, he is, and he is looking to get a Gator win down here.
He has, and he's chomping on the back
Don
of him.
Moncher's on turn 4 over here up against the outside wall as the caution comes out. I don't know if he's having some issues or if he's just waiting. I think he's got issues.
Hard to say, but I did hear a car revving up here. Not sure exactly what did happen.
Yeah, he's signaling something. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Yeah, boy. Yes, sir. Yeah. can't remember what Gibb said last night. What was that he commented? Easy, Gibb.
Yeah. Yeah, but my goodness, he was struggling to breathe.
Yeah, it was funny.
You know?
Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. And Jonathan Clayton seems to get his car. I tell you what, Jonathan Clayton, Evolution Racing Technologies, builds those bodies down here, and he's got some good-looking stuff.
He does, and he's actually added to the team. I did not realize that Chance was a member of his building crew.
That's exactly right, and Chance does a good job. And I like that Jonathan's taking the time to show a younger generation the hobby and get them interested in something just besides racing and other stuff, but actual building.
That's it. We're going green coming out of turn 4. We got Dustin leading the way again. Chris Pack trying to get himself sorted out because I know he's on the back end of that Dustin number 2.
Oh, and Jonathan Clayton is trying to take over that second spot. Did they give it to him, or was the caution done out?
I think they were under the line, so there's a good chance he may be up into that second. But they stopped the clock before.
So he'll be in third.
So it looks like they'll probably line up Dustin and Chris, then Jonathan.
Kevin Ramey's up to 4th.
Which, for Dustin, that may be a good thing because if they're back there battling, it might open up the door for him. So he's probably thinking right now, you boys go ahead and race.
Oh, yeah. All right.
But I can tell you, old Pack is going to try to push it.
Well,
he's going to go for him down in turns 1 and 2. So Dustin, I know he's going to be trying to get away from him as quick as he can.
And even if you don't win a Gator Hot down here, to say that you won a main feature race down here at Gator Nationals, that's something in itself.
It is. Now Dustin is starting to get a lot of pressure
behind him. See that? What? I don't believe in luck, but I'll tell you what, Jonathan Clayton just got a free gift. As he now is your race leader.
He is. Now Chris Pack is trying to work on the back of Jonathan. I believe Dustin, something happened to his car because he's not turning very good right now.
No, he's basically going to destroy his car. I think something with that right front. I can see maybe a turnbuckle, something.
Yeah, it's laying
right
over.
Front is an issue.
He's only turning with his right front. His left front looks like no,
it's
turning.
his right front. It's laid in. That right front, you better go check it out, my friend. I wouldn't start green with that. Yeah, see there? I think the turnbuckles come off, maybe.
They're going to take a look at it and see if he can stay in the race.
He's got 2 minutes.
But I knew that his car was not acting the same.
Looks like, did Chris Pack come off the driver's stand?
He did. But no, it's Ryan.
No, that's Ryan.
That was
Ryan's down
Pack.
there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I see Daddy up there on the stand.
Yeah, Chris is still up there. So right now, that's going to be a battle. They've already been battling this whole race, Jonathan and Chris.
Jonathan trying to set sail. And I'll tell you something, Jonathan puts the work in. He works on his cars. And, man, we got 2 hooked together. Here comes a caution.
Yep, and Cole lost the wheel again. I'm afraid
he must have a stripped out.
I was going to say, he's got a hub that's stripped out, it appears, because it just ain't wanting to hang on to the lug nut.
Yep. I would imagine you're right. It's time to just put it up and change that out.
You know, that inside one takes so much pressure because all the weight's pulling away from it, and, a lot of pressure comes on them threads.
Well, you know what they say, pressure makes diamonds.
Yeah.
Not in this case, though.
No. They're going to try to stick one on, I believe, but I don't know how well it's going to try to hang on for him. But I'm sure he's going to try to hang on. I mean, they're halfway through this race.
Yeah, he might could limp it through. And you know what? He could still end up a podium.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. There's only 5 cars left, so there's been a few fall out. So there's a possibility just finishing the race is finishing the race.
That's exactly right.
And how important it is to finish the race because you combine both nights.
I think so.
Anything can happen whenever you're racing like this. So it's real important. So I understand where he's at. If he can at all, try to make it.
Hang
He's
in
going to do
there.
his best. I guarantee it.
Yes, sir. Hang in there. Looks like Jonathan Clayton's bringing that left front off the ground.
He's running pretty quick. He's got it. He's definitely got his car working the track.
Oh, Lord.
That was odd. But right now the race to watch is
First and second.
and
third. Kevin Ramey right there.
Kevin right in the
with 10 to
middle
go.
of it. So our top three are definitely right on top of each other.
Caution. Yeah, and look, our Kevin just took over the second spot, but the caution flag already waved.
There you go.
We'll have to step away from the mic again here in just a moment. We'll let this Pro Stock race here get going, and then I got to go over and run my Pro Stock, man. I made an A-main.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, I'll take an A-main anywhere I can get it, and you know what? I know Kenneth and them has been working on that car all night, and they've been making big changes, and the car it's getting better. If I can get that entry to center down, we'll be good.
Yeah, and I imagine that's the same conversation a lot of the drivers are facing tonight.
Man.
with the track the way it is, but it's really starting to take shape. And you know what? By the end of the night, the track will be pretty awesome. But guess what happens at the end of the night?
Well, I heard rumor that they're not going to tear the track up tonight.
There you go.
We'll see if that happens or not.
Yep, we're back green flag. Jonathan Clayton sits out in the lead there. But that battle right now is heated up as Cole Gaspard is trying to work his way up in the field.
You know what? Lose a lug nut, keep going. He is
That's
still
right.
trying to get to the podium. He is there.
You're
He
in
can just
it.
finish it.
You're in it. And right now,
5
he's
to go.
in third. And he's working on that second place. And he has.
He has taken over second place. Come on, lug nut, stay on. Coming to 3 to go, and we got 3 to go. Can he get it through? 2 to go.
They're
coming to the
up
white
on
flag
the white
lap.
flag lap as they come around. Jonathan Clayton, Cole Gaspard.
Working off of turn number 2. Jonathan Clayton in that number 7 machine. Uh-oh. And Cole
they
Gaspard
right on the last
lost
lap.
it on the last lap.
Chris Pack takes over that second place. Cole in third.
Hey, he still made the podium. It's just proof you don't give up. You can still take home. We got Jonathan Clayton taking the race win in the stock late model Group 2.
Well, you look at Cole Gaspard there. He struggled that whole race. Wheel come off twice, and he manages to make a podium.
And didn't give up.
No, he
Daddy
hung in
wouldn't
there.
let him quit. Well, that brings us to our Pro Stock Group 1 A-main of the evening. And I will have to sign off here for a few minutes, brother, and let you have it. While I go over here and get ready to run my A-main.
Yeah, because you got the first group, and then you'll be in the second group.
Yep, and I got to give a shout out here to Jonathan Clayton. He brought me over here one of these little tumblers, man, for Clayton, or not Clayton, but Evolution Racing Technologies, the bodies. And we'll get a picture of this tomorrow. Hopefully, of course, we always try to interview old Jonathan. He likes talking to us. We like talking to him. And just letting you know where he's at. But we'll be trying to talk with him tomorrow. Guys, I'm going to check out here for just a few minutes. I'll be back for the super late model A-mains tonight, brother. Take care of it while I'm gone.
We're going to do it. So we're going to look to see a big Kev out there on the track, and we're going to expect him to show up and show out. He's had a lot of good history on the track here, so we can
Right,
pull
the
off,
winners.
if he can pull off a good run, that would go a long ways with him. So we'll see what happens. But right now, we got our first group of Pro Stock late models out on the track, and we're going to see how they turn out and how this race develops. So I expect to see some good running here in this race here. So they're getting lined up. It's going to be a 40-lap A-main Pro Stock Group 1. Greg Tony setting the pace there. Oh, and Bulldog tangles up, gets up on the outside wall. Ronnie East was moved into second position. Greg Tony pulling away. We got one on his top. So we've got Chris Pack, who just won or ran in the last race, got second in that stock class, has also stepped up to run in the pro stock, running that green-black number 12 there at the end. Ended up on his top there. Him and Mike Curry got tangled up. But right now, the leader, that number 81, that black 81, is Greg Tony. Coming out turn 4 will be leading the way. There you go, gentlemen. That's having issues on that start there, getting bundled up right there, wadding up or coming out of turns 3 and 4. But we're going to try to, hopefully they'll get a good smooth pace going this time. Greg Tony gets a jump. Ronnie East in that second place. Jim Couch all over the back of Ronnie, and he gets tangled up, and caution was waived. I'm not sure if they give a penalty or not with their cautions. So I'm not sure who that caution was on, but anyway, it doesn't look like the race order changed any. Looks like they're sorting out a little bit of a lineup there. Not sure what the issue is. So, Mike. Not sure what they've got going on, but they seem to be having some concerns with the lineup. So they're sorting things out up on the driver's stand. So it looks like they're what they've got sorted out. I've seen Jim Couch roll to the back, so not sure what transpired there, but it looks like he takes the penalty. So they're still trying to sort things out. On the driver's stand, Chris Wall, track owner, up there talking to him, helping to explain a couple of things. Looks like. So I believe they're getting ready to go green. We're 4 laps in. Across the line, we'll have 35 laps to go. looks like we're fixing to go green. We'll be going green coming out of turn 4. Greg Tony will be setting the pace. So he's waiting on confirmation to go green. We do thank everybody for being out here on our live stream here at Gator Nationals with us this weekend. We're going green coming out of turn 4. Greg Tony's going green. Jim Couch working his way up through traffic. Has now made it up to 5th position. Greg Tony getting a little squirrely coming out of turn 2. Our leader there. Bulldog working his way up to try to catch Greg Tony. He's in that 2nd place position. Followed by him is Kennan. That track is definitely taking some character as you see some cars doing a little wobbling around. We got Jim Couch on the back of Ken and Gaspard. A battle going on for that position. 3rd place position right now. Ken and Gaspard taking the high line. Jim Couch taking the low line. Jim gets by Kennan. Greg Tony still leads the way. Bulldog in 2nd. Bulldog gets by Greg Tony for that 1st place. Oh, and there's a wreck in the turns 3 and 4. Mike Curry takes a tumble. Someone lost a wheel. And it looks like Mike got into that and did a couple of cartwheels. We've got 18 laps completed into this race. Bulldog, Greg Tony, Jim Couch, Kennan Gaspard, Mike Curry, Matt Walden, Chris Pack, Ronnie East. Ronnie, I believe, is the one that lost the wheel. They're going to try to get that on. This ought to be interesting. We've got those top 4 cars on, actually the top 6 cars on the same lap. So Ronnie leaves the track. So they're about to go green, and they go green. Bulldog sets the pace. Jim Couch, who had an earlier caution set on him, has worked his way up to 3rd position. He's at the back door. Greg Tony, Kennan Gaspard behind Jim Couch. Oh, and Greg Tony gets turned around and sideways in front of Jim and end up landing on his lid. So that caution be on Greg Tony. He'll end up going to the back himself. So Bulldog, Jim Couch, Kennan, Matt Walden, Mike Curry, Greg Tony, Chris Pack, Ronnie East. So it looks like he's having to tighten down his wheel. Greg Tony led quite a few laps there earlier on and had an issue with it and had to spin out there and ended up on his top. So he's going to have some ground to make up if he makes it back up the field. A lot of fast cars between him and up in the front. So they're going to go green coming down to turn 4. Bulldog's going to be setting the pace. Jim Couch is up into that 2nd place. Kennan Gaspard in 3rd. And they go green. Bulldog taking that middle to high ground. Jim Couch riding that low line. Been working for him through this race. Bulldog dropping down, and Jim gets into the loose and gets spin himself around. He's going to have a lot of ground to make up because Bulldog has now made it almost back to him. So Bulldog pulls away with quite a bit of a distance between him and second place now, because Kennan is the second place guy, and he's about a straightaway ahead of Kennan. So we'll have 12 laps to go. Bulldog. Greg Tony has made his way back up into third. He's came from the back up into third, so he's a man on a mission right now. Now he's working on Jim Couch. They're battling for that third place position. Got a good race going on there between Jim and Greg Tony. Jim starting to pull away from Greg. Bulldog working on a lapped car. Right now, nobody's even close to Bulldog. He's working his way through some lap cars. Bulldog working up behind to try to close ground on Greg Tony, who's in fourth place. We've got 4 laps to go. This will be 3 laps to go when Bulldog crosses the line. 3 laps to go right now. Oh, and Greg Tony takes a spin out here in turns 3 and 4. This is your white flag lap, Bulldog. Bulldog takes the win for the Pro Stock Group 1 late model A-Main. This race is over. So we had Bulldog, Jim Couch, Kennan Gaspard, Greg Tony, Matt Walden, Chris Pack, Mike Curry, Ronnie East. So now coming up will be our Group 2 Pro Stock late models. This race here will actually include Big Kev. He'll be in the middle of this race. So we do welcome you guys that are watching the race right now, and we're glad to see you on here. We want you to like and share our page, and go to YouTube, like and share our page there. We'll be broadcasting live all weekend here. Tomorrow we'll be starting day 2 of Gator Nationals. We still got tonight to finish up, so right now then we'll have super late models. It's going to be a battle going on there. We'll have 2 A-mains of our super late model. So this here is our second group of Pro Stock. Follow our page and watch us. You'll see Big Kev. He is driving right now the black and orange number 62. That's a Kenneth Jennings vehicle. He right now is in turns 1 and 2, sitting out there by himself, rolling around to the back of the pack. That'll be him. So a lot of you haven't seen him run in a while, so it's good to see Big Kev out on the track. He hasn't raced since probably Battle in the South last year at Greystone. So that's been several months. So it is good to see him out driving on the track. Right now, we got our Pro Stock late models coming up. It'll be a 40-lap race. And we expect to see some good racing here in this race. So they're about to go green. Jimmy Hyatt will be setting the pace in this race. He's running that black and neon flow red number 55 up front. And they're green. Oh, and we got a battle going up front, and they get tangled up. That wasn't a caution, gentlemen. That was just an issue. I don't know. I didn't see nobody on their top, but hey, there was a caution called somewhere, and I guess they need to gather their bearings. Anyway, it doesn't look like that they finished a lap, so they're going to go green flag again, restart. So they'll get themselves lined back up in. A little bit. So right now, oh boy, the track is definitely starting to take different form. There's some slick spots that's starting to develop, so those exits are real hair triggering. You gotta watch yourselves on those exits. John Daspit's leading the way right now. Jimmy Hite was the leader, and something happened to him, so right now Jimmy Hite has dropped back to 7th. And we got a couple tangled up. Looks like we had, I'm not sure who was in the number 11, but him and Russell got tangled up underneath the bridge. So we'll see how they sort out the lineup there on that. I'm not sure what happened, but I know Russell was involved with that. That might have been Steve Rayner. I'm not sure who the number 11 is. But what you see on the screen, that is the lineup. So they're going to go with that. So they'll be going green coming out of turns 3 and 4. Ace. All right, here they go. Coming out of turn 4, John Daspit. He goes green early. Gets them going fast. And there's a gaggle of them tangled up. John Daspit starting to pull away from the crowd. We see Kevin trying to stick his nose in there in between Justin and Steve, actually. Oh, and he dives under him. My goodness, that was a cold trickle move right there. How that number 62 went in between and underneath all that, I have no idea. But anyway, he managed to come through that, and I guarantee you, Kenneth Jennings, that it 2 cars flipped right in. So right now we got John Daspit. Russell DeGrode has worked his way up. He struggled all night, and he finally maybe gets some speed under that car. We know he's got a fast car. He's had so much traction tonight, so he's been battling that. So right now, he's got that old number 33 locked into the 2nd place position, trying to see what he can do. The back of John Daspit. John's got a fast runner car in this A main here. So it looks like they're going to go green. They thought they had one that was going to have an issue, but ain't going to be able to get him back out. So Russell, we just got through talking about having so much grip, and I thought he had that worked out. Unfortunately, Russell takes a tumble again. He caught some grip and ends up on his top. So Justin Talbert in that 2nd place position, taking over from where Russell had his issue. You got Big Kevin in that 3rd place position, trying to battle for 2nd, goes down low, loses some ground, lost some momentum. You got Kerry Houston trying to work his way up and on the podium. Right now you got John, Justin, Kevin, Kerry Houston, those top 4. Kevin gets turned around there in turn 4. Got a little loose, looks like. Jimmy Heights came from the back. He had that early caution. or got tangled up, and he's worked his way back up into the top 4 right now. And George Martinez ends up on his top. We got some real tricky spots right here in turns 3 and 4. We've seen a lot of things happen with some cars. We're 16 laps into this. We've got 40 laps total. So that leaves us 24, which will be 23 when we cross the line. We are almost halfway there. Coming up after this will be our first group of super late models. We're going green. John Daspit's leading the way. Looking for that pace set. Justin Talbert trying to work on him in the back there. But behind Justin is Kerry Houston. That battle for that second. And Kerry Houston gets into the back of Justin Talbert as he got a little loose coming into turn 3 there. So right now, John Daspit still leads the way. Kerry Houston has moved into the second. Jimmy Hyatt, Kevin Payne, George Martinez, Russell DeGroat, Justin Talbert, Steve Rayner, which Steve is off and out of the race right now. They're getting things lined back up in this Pro Stock Late Model Group 2. A-Main. They've gone green. Jimmy Hyatt trying to dive underneath Kerry Houston. Trying to work his way back up into that lead position. Right now the top 4 is pulled away from the back 3. That battle is heating up for that second place position as Jimmy Hyatt's made a move underneath Kerry Houston. They're battling, giving Kevin Payne an opportunity to slide underneath Kerry Houston. Kerry Houston struggling, trying to get himself. And his caution is out. Oh my goodness, Jimmy Hyatt. His bumper has hit the ground, and they're going to have to see if they can get that bent up. Otherwise, he's going to struggle because it's going to be shoveling. He was doing a little bit of flip-flopping out there. So Kerry Houston got turned around here in turn 4. Caused a little bit of an issue there when he was trying to get straightened out. Caused John Daspit get into him, and then Jimmy Hyatt gets into John. Creates a little bit of a car issue there. They're going to try to get them squared up and lined up. So they've got John Daspit straightened back out. And Jimmy looks like he got his bumper bent up, so he won't be turning a forward flip. So John goes back to the lead. And Jimmy back in second. So they're going green. John Daspit's leading the way. Jimmy Hyatt in second. Jimmy trying to find that low line to see if he can gain ground on John Daspit. And Kevin gets turned around a little bit. Justin Talbert's nose just caught the quarter panel, just enough to get a little bit off the ground and spin around. John Daspit still leading the way. Jimmy Hyatt working on the back of him. Jimmy Hyatt taking that low line again. Now John's taking a low line. George Martinez and Russell DeGroat ended up on the back straightaway, doing a little tango. Russell ends up on his side. It appeared that George's car got locked turn left, and he couldn't do nothing but turn left. So he got that cleared up. So came at a good time while Russell was on his side, so he got that cleared up. So I believe they're ready to go green. John Daspit leads the way. Jimmy Hyatt in that second. Oh my goodness, they got into the scoring bridge. George Martinez and Russell DeGroat tangles again on the front straightaway, so they're going to have to do a little bridge maintenance there to make sure they get that cleared up. This will be a great time to take a little break and talk about Fisker Over Racing Network. We are glad to have you guys watching, and we hope you enjoy the live stream coverage that we're putting out for Gator Nationals. We will be back out tomorrow. We'll probably do a midday show. We typically do it. Right now, down here, we're on Central Time. So we're an hour behind the Eastern Standard Time people that's watching. So we usually have a midday show, 12 o'clock, which will probably be 12 o'clock here this time, 1 o'clock our time, Eastern. And we usually do a little bit of a rundown talking about the previous night's show. So getting back to this race here, tomorrow we'll have quite a bit of racing going on, as we'll have the regular show. And then at the end of the night, do the Race of Champions. So they're going green. John Daspit leading the way. Justin Talbert making a move around Jimmy for that second. Jimmy Hyatt still hanging on to that second. Oh, and the three cars get all tangled up. Russell, Kevin, and Kerry, they get that straightened out. So Jimmy Hyatt gets away from Justin Talbert. George Martinez in the mix, in the position that he could battle for that third. We're on lap 36. Martinez starting to look a little loose. I'm not sure if because of his roof is getting a little loose, but he's hanging in there. So he's in that fourth place position. John, Justin, Jimmy, that's your top three. Right now, that second place position, Jimmy Hyatt, Justin Talbert. That's the race that's going on right now. That's the green 22 and the flow red 55. This race is over. So you got John Daspit, Justin Talbert, Jimmy Hyatt, George Martinez, Russell DeGroat, Kevin Payne, Kerry Houston. There was a lot of good racing there. They had a couple of hiccups, but there was a lot of good laps turned in that race. Some good battles going on between them. All right, right now we got our super late model, Group 1, A main, coming out to the track. Not sure what's going on with Corey. He just smacks the back wall. So Mike Ottinger is going to be leading the way, as he was TQ and won his heat race. Big Sleepy outside of him. Then behind him, Louis Rayner in that third place position. It appears, I don't know if Brad is in the, I don't know if he'll be in the fourth or the sixth place position. He's there in one of the two, so I'm not really sure. Don't have the lineup in front of me. Here we go, our first group, Super Late Models, Group 1, A main. So I told you wrong. We got Mike Ottinger, Big Sleepy, Corey Walls, Louis Rayner, Travis Vaughn, Brad Hill, Madison Clayton, and Scott Morgan. They're going green coming out of turn 4.
50 lap A main. On wreck here, Mike Ottinger leads the way. Big Sleepy strong second. Look at there, Corey Walls taking to the outside wall.
That battle in that second place, but back in that third place position, fourth place, there is a battle going on right there.
Yeah, you got Madison Clayton, Travis Vaughn, and Brad Hill.
Oh, and Louis gets tangled, but I believe he got cleared up.
Mike Ottinger showing the way, and Mr. Corey Walls does complete the pass to get second from Big Sleepy. Travis Vaughn's moved up to third, and Big Sleepy has kind of fell off a little bit. Something must be going on.
Big Sleepy got loose coming out of turn 2 and went a lap down just then. Oh, and Corey gets loose coming off of turn 2.
Second place racer. And Mike Ottinger's loving this as he's just trying to click off some laps.
That puts Travis Vaughn up into that second place position.
We're going to lap number 11, Mike Ottinger. Madison Clayton is down, just taking over second place. Travis is in third. And Travis is closing ground as he's working hard off of turn 2 to get to the back door of Madison Clayton. 5 feet of fury. And Travis Bone takes a dump in turn 2. He's in the wall and he calls the caution, brings the caution up. Ah, man. Finally got my car running good. And actually felt like I thought I was going to make the podium for one split second.
You were close.
Just like normal. The normal happens every time. Caution on the track right now. Mike Ottinger will be your race leader. Madison Clayton is second. Travis Vaughn is third. And Mr. Corey Walls is in fourth. Brad Hill in fifth. David Robertson sixth. And Louis Rainier is in your seventh position.
And I'm guessing, just watching the cars out there, I was looking at Brad Hill, who's running in fifth right now. He must have made a change that really wasn't in his favor because he seems to be just turning laps right now.
Yeah, he done knows he done something wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they got going on, but he was just turning laps. And, there's some fast cars out there in this group right here now.
Super fast cars, brother. And I'm telling you what, every one of them wants to win this race.
Yeah, and right now, you got Mike Ottinger running just open air, pulling away from the racing because they're racing awful hard behind him. And he's not so much faster than them. He's only about a tenth faster than the other drivers, but he's racing clean air, and he's hitting about the same lap every time. So
this track is exactly what Mike Ottinger loves. He loves this type of racetrack.
Yeah. Right there's good. So they're getting ready to go back green. He was having to do some lineup there. I'm not sure exactly what happened. So Mike Ottinger taking advantage of Madison not paying attention, and Mike goes green in about 5 car lengths right off the bat.
Corey Walls working all over the back door of that purple number 7 of Madison Clayton to try to take and Madison takes a spin in turn 4.
Oh my goodness. Brad Hill has jumped up into third. We was just talking about that car.
Maybe he made an adjustment there that's helped it out.
Madison's struggling, trying to keep her feet on the ground.
She's having a hard go right now. Had a great run going.
Mike Ottinger still leading the way. Corey Walls in that second, not too far behind Mike.
Travis Bone is all over the back door. Brad Hills, they work down in turn 3 and 4, working lap 21, trying to pass him on the outside. Brad Hill closes the door coming off 2.
Travis trying to find an open door. He's going up and down. Those guys right there are having a close race.
Brad Hill takes the low line, and Travis Bone takes the high line. The number 12's got it off of turn number 2.
Momentum.
He takes over second. I'm sorry, third.
Yes. Travis found a good momentum line. He was driving a fast line earlier today in practice, and it looks like that line's coming back to him. Oh no! And our leader gets tangled up
And
with Brad, who got into somebody, and he got facing the wrong way. Almost was a repeat of what happened at Seminary last year.
Do you think that Brad Hill got a little nervous?
I'm not sure what happened right there, because I bet he was thinking flashback of that race at Seminary last year, because going the wrong way and you get a car jump over you or under you is not a good thing.
No. Well, here we are with the race leader, Mike Ottinger, still. I think he's led every lap so far.
Start to finish, start to this point so far.
Oh, he's going to get a good run off of turn 4.
So
well,
we're
he
just
waits on him.
We're a little bit over halfway into this race. Corey skating the outside.
And Travis Bone trying to put pressure on him as he comes off second place, takes it away. Mike Ottinger gets loose, and Travis Bone has closed the gap.
Travis Vaughn working on the back door, looking for an opening. Mike deciding which path do I need to take.
And Travis Bone spins again. You know he's going to be beating himself up on the driver's stand.
When you're racing that fast and that close, the pressure is definitely on.
Well, like I've said from the beginning, these cars are on such an edge. They're so loose out there. One little mistake and you've done a donut.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. And Corey Walls, somehow his car just turned up into that number 8, and they went into the wall. I'm not sure if he was spinning and it just caught grip, but for whatever reason, his car just broke right hard. So that brings out that caution.
Travis Bond was in third place when that happened. Whoa, about yawned on it.
He's showing third place right now. I'm not sure if that running order will adjust around once they... Because I'm not sure exactly what promoted that caution.
I don't know. It happened right here under our nose, but it's part of my nose we couldn't see.
All right, they got them squared up. They're back green.
Travis Bone again tries a low line.
He dives down under him, and Corey's still maintaining that momentum. Oh my goodness.
And we got Brad Hill on his
that
top
number
again.
8.
He's had a rough day today. Started off the day with a super fast car and we're very happy with it, but as the day has progressed, it seems like I don't know what's going on. He's got a little issue going on.
Well, you know, you're dealing with these cars that got so much power, and if you get those wheels spinning, then they catch grip. It's a hard handle to hang on to.
Yeah.
Sometimes these cars just do crazy things, and you're like, what happened?
Yes, it is. And here we go. Let's see again what lines they take. Corey Walls goes right back to the top, and Travis Vaughn follows him through. But Big Sleepy takes over that third spot from Travis Vaughn. He says, boys, I'm not done yet. I'm going to try my best to run this down. Corey Walls is almost to the back of Mike Ottinger as he works off of turn number 2.
Oh, and he's all over him.
They're pulling laps off tit for tat as they work around turn number 4. And we're working lap 41, 9 to go in this A-main race.
Corey gets a little loose coming off of turn 2, giving Mike a little bit more of a comfort zone.
And we got old Madison Clayton on her lid down here in turn 3.
Some really close racing in this race here. You get these cars, I mean, you got David Robertson. Well, he's, let's see. I don't know for sure if he's on the lead lap or not. Right now we're showing him one lap down, but I'm not sure if they've not scored it. But
only
right
halfway
now,
through the race they give the lucky dog.
Okay, I
so
wasn't
you don't
sure.
get a lucky dog anymore.
Gotcha.
After lap 25, no lucky dogs.
He's all of a sudden came out, though. His car is definitely showing up, so he knows he's got a lot to work with. So right now he's still sitting in 4th place.
Yep, and Brad Hill calls it a 9 as he pulls the track. Going to go back and try something different for tomorrow.
But you go to those top 3 right now. There's been a race going on with them, and it ain't over yet.
It's not over yet, and here comes Corey Walsh trying to put pressure again on Mike Ottinger, but Travis Bone
dives underneath.
And we got another caution. The caution's out. Oh, come on. Well, brother, while we're under caution, let me say this, man. I'm pretty pleased with how the turnout of the race has been so far with our equipment. And we got to thank Eli. We haven't mentioned his name much, but he's worked his tail off today, making sure that you guys out there can have this race coverage that you're getting.
And not only that, but if you've noticed, as the race is going, we've had cautions, we've had names, we've had individuals. So he's worked hard on keeping it. So we're very proud of what he's done for us and how much load that he's taken on.
Green again, and Mike Ottinger gets loose. Corey Walsh takes advantage, and they work off of turn number 4. Oh, nose to tail, 1, 2, and 3. You can throw a blanket over them, and they work around here with 4 to go.
Travis. They've only got 3 laps to go.
Travis Bone is trying to hold on to second place, but he's not done yet. Mike Ottinger gets a little bit loose off of turn 4, and Travis Bone is closing the gap. Corey Walsh is not done either. Oh, we got one around, and the caution's out.
Caution's out. We was going to be white flag lap when they crossed the line.
Oh, my goodness. Is the action getting hot? And Travis Bone is exiting the track? Are they calling it the race?
No, it ain't over unless they call it, because that would have been a white flag lap.
Oh, my goodness. What are they doing here? How will they work that out?
I don't know.
Wow, if you're sticking around to watch this, that was some of the best racing I have seen up to this point today.
I guarantee you they'll be going back and watching that one.
Woo!
Mike Ottinger, who's leading the way right now, that's the kind of races he thoroughly enjoys. I guarantee you he'll be watching the replay of this.
White checker. They're going to get the green and white at the same time.
They will. So when they cross the line, it's green. They won't start the counter until next lap. There they go. Travis Vaughn and Corey battling in that second.
Here we go to the line.
What's going to happen?
Vaughn and Corey, who gets
wow.
second place?
Wow. Travis has scored second. He gets it.
Mike Ottinger wins the race, no doubt. But here we are with the second place. It looks like
we'll see how they end this
They were
one.
side by side. And the lap counter scored Travis at second.
Do you think it's going to be with transponder placement?
It about has to be, because they were literally side by side, and the scored system scored Travis before him. But the problem is,
Mike, Travis, and Corey is your 1, 2, and 3. Madison finishes 4th. Man, I'm telling you what, Chris, that was a show. Put down Mike Ottinger as the super late model race winner. Did you ride a Pro Stalkers then?
I did in the first group. I can't remember who won the first group. Do you remember who won right before you went out?
No.
I got caught up in talking.
They was just 2 groups.
I know, and I didn't write them down.
Who'd you put down there as first? John
For
Daspit?
your group, it was John
Daspit.
Daspit. But I didn't get the group before you. So we'll have to figure that out. We'll get who the winners was on the first and second there for Pro Stock. So I'm not sure
Was it
how
Bulldog? Bulldog won
Bulldog, he did.
Bulldog won the
He did win that.
race 1.
That's right.
And then John Daspit won race 2. I thought I had something. Man, I'm telling you, my car come together.
It did. It was looking really good. You did put together some good laps on it, but you know, you're driving a car you've never drove before, and you know, as the day went, the tracks changed.
It's coming to me.
Yeah, it did.
I'm excited for tomorrow. Now they got some laps under me.
Yep, should be a good day tomorrow. Start brand new. But I tell you what, this race right here, we should see another good race, just like we watched last race. We got Chris Wall, Brad Bickford, Victor Jennings, and Leroy Carter right there on the front, Bill Empson. I mean, this is going to be a showdown.
It is stacked, and Chris Wall takes him to the green.
Victor Jennings jumping underneath
Brad
Bickford for that
and
second.
Empson is trying to work on Bickford as well.
Bill Empson makes it into the third place.
Trying to set sail. Oh, and some beating and banging going back. Right now, Chris Wall, Victor Jennings, and Bill Empson, and Kenneth Jennings is your top four.
Chris Wall coming up on some lap traffic. That may cause some issues getting around them.
We'll see Mr. Showtime Leroy Carter goes down one lap.
He does, and there goes Victor and Bill coming around. So Chris working his way through traffic, having to slow up a little bit.
And Bill Empson is just sticking to the back of Victor Jennings like he's a glue board.
And they're battling in the middle of lap traffic.
And Victor goes around. Oh, and he's on his lid, and he keeps trying to go.
So
oh my goodness, a car just bent in half over there.
Oh, that is Terry Threaton, looks like.
Boy, what
and
a
so
struggle.
I don't know. Did he hit the wall head on?
I don't know. It's the whole side of his car.
I felt the building shake, to be honest with you. I mean, he hit hard.
Yeah, it was a hard hit. That is for sure.
So Chris Wall right now with the fast time of a 6.4. So, and the closest one to him is Victor Jennings with a 6.5.
Some good laps going out here tonight, and I'm telling you, I'm wanting to keep my eye on that yellow number 20 because he is putting together some laps. I'm telling you, Chris Wall certainly has the car to beat right now, but Bill Empson is trying to do something about that. They come to the green. Brad Bickford jumps up into third. Bill Empson takes and gets a little bit loose and gives an opportunity for Brad Bickford to close the gap. Brad Bickford going low.
You got
good.
Victor Jennings goes around Kenneth Jennings, trying to work his way back up to the front. He was up there and got loose.
Yeah, he did. I'm telling you, like it always goes back. Those cars are so loose to make them that fast. One little mistake and you're in trouble.
So right now, Chris Wall still got that little bit of a lead above Bill, but Bill consistently turning the same laps.
And I'm just impressed with that because that's my first race I ever got Mr. Bill Empson race.
He's in the midst of some heavy hitters for sure. So right now, Chris is going through some lap traffic, getting through that with no problem. Looks like Kenneth Jennings' front bumper is dragging. That's really holding him back.
Oh, and Showtime gets into
Oh my goodness.
your race leader, takes a spill. Kenneth Jennings takes a spill.
So Bill Empson has closed the door a little bit on Chris.
Yeah, Chris is getting a little bit squirrely as he works off the exit of the corner.
The track changing a little bit.
We'll see who it's going to come to. We're almost halfway done. The race is half over right now as Chris Wall is still holding that high line down.
They're approaching some more lap traffic, and Victor just turned around there in front of them.
And look at Brad Bickford working to try to get to the back of that number 2 car, or number 2 position car, 20, Bill Empson.
He's definitely in the mix. We've not really said much, but he's in the hunt.
And your race leader just got passed. He went on his side on the front straightaway, giving the opportunity for Bill Empson to take over as your race leader.
And Bickford on the back door of Chris Wall trying to work on that second place position.
Oh, and Kenneth Jennings takes a spill, and Chris Wall takes a spill. Now, lucky for Chris, the caution was already out.
It was, so he'll still remain
in second place.
Because at the time of the caution, another good race with some close racing.
Yes, sir. And I'll tell you what, that was kind of, I think, a self-inflicted thing. Chris Wall has so much speed going down that front straightaway that he just got a little bit too close to that outside wall.
It reached out and bit him.
It grabbed him and pulled him in for just a second for a quick hug and let him go. But it was enough time for Bill Empson to take over the lead.
And I'll tell you, I know Bill was not really happy about that caution because he had a little bit of a distance, and now they're going to be back together. So that's going to create. It's going to make it a little bit a challenge there.
Yes, sir. And Bill Ensign doing a little bit of work there. I don't know what's going on with his car, but man, he had her dialed in. What are they doing to the race car? Is he working on it?
I'm not sure what's going on.
He's on the clock, 2-minute clock. I think they got him.
All right. Well, we ain't got too many laps left. Be 19 laps to go. So we're about to go green.
And Bill Ensign brings him off the green flag, and Chris Wall takes that high sign. Look at the run he gets off the corner. Man, and he is gone.
Bill's right there at his back door, diving down low. Chris up high, carrying the momentum. Chris starting to pull away. He's found that high line momentum that we've seen here many times on this track.
Yes, he is, and he is 15 laps away from repeating the win here at Springfield. Seems like it takes Mr. Ensign's car a few laps to get going. Chris Walken taking the stretch of lead out a little bit, but then after about 3 or 4 laps, Mr. Bill Ensign's car comes in and he starts running him back down.
Yeah, definitely. And Bill was about 4/10 faster than
But
Chris
is he
that
going to
time.
have enough laps to get it done? We got 10 to go.
Don't know. They're going through some lap cars right now. I believe that's Bill that lost his header.
I don't think he cares right now.
No. Oh my goodness.
Maybe he does now. Uh-oh.
I guess he does.
There goes his pipe. It's gone. It's on the track.
Yeah, they have to remove the debris. They can't leave that.
Don't pick that. Okay, I was going to say, Scott, don't pick that up, buddy. He got him a screwdriver. There's the bolts behind him, I think. Is he going to still run with it? Yeah.
Oh, he's going to run with it.
He don't care.
Mean,
he must have a backup motor.
You got 6 laps left to go.
Don't pull it off unless that's your only motor. Back on the 2-minute clock. Well, oh, he's going to kill it. He's calling it a day.
Well, if that had been Lou Ciccone, I guarantee he would not have pulled it off.
Oh, Liquid Lou would have been happy if that exhaust would have come off. That made him faster.
We watched Liquid Lou run about 25 laps without a pipe, and it increased his speed by I don't know how much it did, but his car came alive when that thing fell off.
Yeah, he was choked down until that thing blew off, but then he went to town.
They're liable to put it on. They've got a minute and a half.
That'd be hard to put that on, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. If you got the bolts ready and you can stick that thing on, you could get it on in less than 2 minutes. So I think they're giving him an opportunity, but he's only going to have 6 laps left to go. And I'm not sure what's going to happen. In that case, will he go to the back? Will he stay in the same position?
I mean, in this case right here, what do you do? Just throw 2 bolts in it and just get them hand tight?
You put it in, and you got your tool to tighten it. But I guess they're going to see what they can do. I mean,
50 seconds to get it on the track.
And it's such a terrible time for it to come off. The race was almost over. You're battling for first. And your muffler flies out from under you and flipped you.
I bet you that he'll do some work on that car, and I bet that muffler won't come off no more.
It'll probably be wiring them head bolts or the muffler bolts in. One thing we learned from Mr. Donnie Nelson.
Yes, sir. Old Donnie. I guarantee you get one of his motors, you don't have to worry about the old muffler coming off, do you?
He'll tell you, why in the world does a muffler come off?
Yeah.
Yep, he sure will.
So, at any rate, we're just about through this night. Night number one.
Like I say, 7 more laps and he's done. 2 minutes is up.
Yep.
Here we go.
That'll do it. So we're going to see Bickford is going to be up into second. So we still got a battle going on.
Uh-oh, Chris Wall has a hard time.
He
and
got
he goes
loose.
Back. Yes, he did. And
Victor
looky there,
Jennings.
Victor Jennings sneaks right underneath couch and takes over the race lead.
Oh.
And he's coming to 4 to go this time. Oh, no. Victor trying his best to hold off Chris Wall. Chris Wall is putting, and he spins out. And looky there, as we're working around, Chris Wall is back in the lead.
Well, Chris is a lap ahead. So we thought that there was someone battling for first, but there really wasn't.
Nope, and Chris Wall gets the race.
So there was no racing. He just had to finish. He was ahead.
And looky here, Chris Wall wins the race. Brad Bickford's going to finish second. And Mr. Victor Jennings will bring home 3rd place.
There you go.
Chris Wall put his name on the sheet.
Well, it looks like we finish up with night number 1. So the race is over. And Gator, night number 1 is over.
Brother, I call it a success, don't you?
I do. So, and I mentioned before while you were out racing that most likely there'll be a midday show, Fiscal Dirt Racing Network, and
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sure it'll be you and Tim as always.
And when we're together, it usually is.
It is. So we'll have that prepared. But now that's 12 o'clock this time, which is Central Time.
Yep, 1 o'clock Eastern.
So it will be 1 o'clock Eastern Time. And we want to give a special thanks, shout out Josh Myers, who joined in on our feed there and did a little bit of analyzing. We appreciate the time that he took to join us and talk and everything. So
Yes, sir.
Everybody else has been a part of it. So we're very thankful. And again, we're going to close the night out with having night number 1. I feel like it was a good night of racing.
Well, brother, if you'll be quiet for 1 second, let me just end this right here. I'm just kidding with you. It has been a great night of racing here, brother, and I want to go ahead and say this to all those out there that have watched and took the time to watch. We're doing it for you guys, and we appreciate you for watching the show. And more importantly, let everybody know about tomorrow. We'll be going back live here again at Gator Nationals for the championship day. And just make sure that you let everybody know that we're doing it. And if you have any comments, like I say, this is a new program for us, new thing. We would like to have some feedback from you guys. We always like seeing the interaction with you guys, putting comments and things on there. So I hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast.
And don't forget to like and share our page and our YouTube page. Don't forget about it.
Yes, sir. Hey, this is old Big Kev and my old brother Chris from Fiscal Dirt Racing Network. Man, I think we're going to sign off.
That's it. We'll call it a night.
We're at the track. We won't have to wait to see you because we already at it. Everybody have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow